we are at a point, man, where I think we're just gonna have to give the neo millennials and Generation Z, we're just gonna have to divide up the United States, and Europe's gonna have to. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but the Western world has completely failed. Like, I just was getting into an argument with a Generation Z person, and they literally said to a response I made, "Too long, didn't read." That's the problem. Generation Z and the neo millennials, they don't want to read. They don't want to understand. They want to bitch. The world is not worse off now for a young person than it was. Like, a little bit it is. I just did that video where I broke down minimum wage, median income. But too many people are listening to the mainstream media talking about median household income, median home price, median this, median that. Sure, when you want to live somewhere that's on the end of development, it's going to cost more. People that are moving into my neighborhood, not my neighborhood, my town right now, they're paying $60,000 for a third of an acre plot of land. That's insane. That's absolutely just... That's delusional. You're literally spending $60,000 on a plot of land because you want to move into an already established neighborhood. Some of the people that are out at the the subdivision that's in the process of being built, they complain because the roads are always muddy, because normally subdivisions build from the back to the front so that you're not breaking up like road and shit. You build from the back to the front, that way you can drive on the dirt. All the big equipment can drive on the dirt. And the problem with having a bunch of plots that are just dirt is that when it rains, yes, mud and shit is going to run onto the street. And these people are mad about it, but there's nobody interested in buying the property. There's nobody interested in moving in there. It's too expensive. So their complaint is that they moved in somewhere too expensive, and now nobody else wants to move in there. The houses, not you. The houses in my neighborhood, in my town, people have built $900,000 homes in an area where the median house price is about $390,000. And a couple of people built these elaborate McMansions. They're only 4 bedrooms, but the whole basement is decked out. Why do you have a whole basement decked out for a home entertainment system? Like, why are you wasting that much money? It's absurd. And people just don't get it. They just absolutely do not get it. I don't know what we're gonna do with the generations now. I don't know how we're going to come to terms with it. It's like the Jeffrey Epstein victims are speaking at in Congress today. Some victims of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are set to speak at a press conference at the Capitol. The bipartisan event is put on by Kahana, Democrat from California, and Massey, Republican from Kentucky, who predict it will be explosive. They will be telling their story, and they will be saying it clear to the American public that they want the release of the Epstein files for full disclosure on this matter. Well, I get it. People are mad about the Epstein files. Then why haven't the victims come out and named names? Like, why does our country suck so much? And guess what? It's just going to keep getting worse because you can't have a conversation with the millennials, the neo millennials. The early millennials you can, the late millennials you can't. But serious to God, man, the response, the cost of healthcare is too high and the cause is corporate greed. The minority stress effect is real too. Like, that was his response. I wrote what I said was, and it's hilarious. Everybody that asks for socialist medicine, or everybody that says we should cancel all social programs, what I said is, we wouldn't save any money. We would drive inflation through the roof. Socialist medicine could work, and it does. Look around the world. Like the Canadian girl who had to wait 13 months for an MRI. If you had the background in economics to actually speak about UBI, then you'd have the skills to have that extra $2,000 you need in the bank. And I'll show the guy's video in a minute. Do yourself a favor and go educate yourself on economics and stop parroting what people have said. The 10-word answer is easy. How about this? What inflation controls are necessary to stop runaway price increases after doing a universal basic income? And the person's response is literally too long, didn't read. You're fucking the neo-millennials and Generation Z are insufferable because they don't have a 100-word attention span. You don't like taxes? Great. What services do you want to do without? And then some of these idiots actually will say, oh, I don't want the police. Hold on a second. Hold on. You want to run around and run your fucking mouth and bump your fucking gums the way you do. But you want to do that in a world where it's not against the law to beat the fuck out of you for the way you act and the way you get in people's faces? And some of them will say, well, it would still be against the law. Yeah, lots of things are against the law. And without the police, there's nobody there to stop it. I just cannot fathom this idea. I cannot fathom this reality that we live in, that people knowingly troll because they know that they don't have a point of view. And do I want a universal basic income? No, I do not. I do not want a universal basic income because a universal basic income is a terrible idea. Well, you know, Bernie Sanders said and Rand Paul said, and yeah, they said the 10-word answer. What they did is they took the McDonald's cookie bag, they opened it up and let you smell prosperity. And what they don't tell you is, yeah, universal basic income is great. And if it's the last thing put into place after you've put inflation controls in place. But the average person, even the average politician, doesn't understand supply and demand. So you give everybody $1,000 a month. Where's my example? You give everybody $1,000 a month, but you cancel all the social welfare programs. Okay, so we'll do two examples, right? Good morning, Darb. Here is our current poverty, right? Here's our current poverty, and here is our universal basic income. And poverty is $20,440. And so we need to make at least that to be out of poverty. Now, on this side, this is poverty with social welfare. This is poverty with universal basic income. A universal basic income would add $1,000 a month to everybody, right? So you'd be at $32,440. You would be just above that minimum wage of $31,002 that they always say that you need $15 an hour minimum wage. You need to be above $31,002. So you'd be there. You would be there with UBI. But here's where you can't just cancel all the social welfare programs. This is based on a mom and one child. This is just a single mom and one child. Dad's not in the picture, no child support. So she's making under the poverty line. Well, she gets $6,420 a year in SNAP benefits. And she gets $11,100 a year in Section 8. And so total, she's getting $37,960. But we want to fucking turn around and we want to cancel all social welfare and replace it with a UBI, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because the mom with the kid is going to want the mom is going to want the SNAP and the Section 8. 60% of people are not under the poverty line. I don't know where you're getting that number. I hear people repeat that number all the time. 60% of people aren't living under the poverty line. You have sources. Cool. What's your source? Because my source is the government. My source is the people that like do all the tracking of all the money. It's between 36.8 million, which is 11%, and 42.8 million, which is 12.9%, depending on if you're going off of the official measure or if you're pulling the additional people, the additional about 6 million people that come in. If you include living in poverty, you're out of poverty because of your supplemental income. So what's your source? Because it's 1 in 9 people. 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. Is that child going to be able to start drawing their 32,440 when they cancel those benefits? Right, exactly. That's what people say. But when people start coming in with the trust me bro sources, like the trust me bro source doesn't work here. If you have a source, link it, and I'll look at whatever you're linking. But the truth is, like, I'm pretty certain that the Center for American Progress is probably, like, the advocacy group for poverty is probably the number I want to look at, not trust me bro. Like, the people who literally go through out of their way to make sure we don't have poverty, the people who advocate for there not to be poverty, I think their number is a little bit more reliable than random Twitch user trust me bro source. And here is the number. Data on poverty in the United States. 11.1 million people, or 11.1% of people. Percentage of people who fall below the poverty threshold of 30,900 for a family of 4. Now, you have to do some other numbers, right? Double the poverty threshold, percentage of people who fell below twice the poverty threshold. So even by doubling the poverty line for a family of 4, we're only at 26.9%. That is a long way off from 60%. So again, this is why we can't ever have a conversation about it. Because instead of us going down the line of what can we do about it, we have to stop the bus and we have to address the bullshit statistics. I don't think 11% of your country being in poverty is acceptable. Why do we have to bullshit and say 60%? Child poverty rate, right? 15.3%. Native American poverty rate, 21%. We don't have to make up sensational numbers to have a good conversation about poverty. But then when people start making up the bullshit, you have to address the bullshit because it's not 60%. And I don't know why people do that. It's fucking the neo-millennials. It's the Zoomers who don't, like, they were given a number and they never vetted it themselves. And they don't study it and they don't look at it. They were told X. They follow X blindly. Somebody posted today about why are more and more Democrats voting, why are more and more educated people voting Democrat? Well, up until the 1970s, degree holders traditionally polled with the Republican Party. Well, now, why are people with bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and PhDs voting with the Democratic Party? Is it because they believe in the Democratic Party's entire platform? No. They agree with one thing of the platform, the thing that aligns with their most important personal need. The Democratic Party is the party that wants to forgive student debt. I guarantee you, if President Jalan was allowed It's based on worldwide, but yes, you're talking specifically in America. Yes, I am speaking specifically about America because a worldwide poverty line is even more ridiculous than a national-wide poverty line. What does a worldwide poverty line look like? And what is the dollar? See, when people say how many people around the world live in poverty, and just so we're clear, it's still not 60%. Okay, and this is why you need to know your number. It's 44%. Global poverty is 44%, not 60. And I think 16% is a massive number, but there's also a giant problem with the global number because the global number is based on economies of each country to a person in Africa doesn't need to make as much as an American. Right, which is exactly, first of all, you're still off by 16%. Second of all, saying global poverty is a worthless statistic because of what you just said. In Africa, poverty is determined by $6.85 a day. Okay? So when you start talking about when what I have on the side table is a week's worth of pay for an African, when we're not a global economy in the terms of everybody has the same standard of living, when we're not a global economy where every minimum wage is the same, talking about a global poverty number is a bullshit number. It's completely irrelevant because the poorest person in America, if they could retain their wealth and move to Africa, they would fucking be upper class. If I moved to the Congo, I'd probably be the 4th or 5th richest person in the Congo. Maybe not the Congo, but if I moved to some small African nation, I'd probably be the 4th or 5th richest person there. Because, shit, $6.85 a day, that's still only 44%, and it's a dumb number. The Western world, you can't even compare poverty in America to poverty in most of Europe, which is what a lot of people a lot of the neo-millennials and the Zoomers are doing. Well, why can't we have it like Europe where we all get free healthcare? Why can't we have it like Europe where we all get free education? There's no such thing as free. If the government gave it to you, you already paid for it. People are talking about why can't we get rid of income tax in America and just have a usage tax? Yeah, I did the numbers. Somewhere between 19 and 35% sales tax on every item except food. I took food out of the equation, which is why it jumps it up from 14% to 19% minimum. And then it depends on, are we going to put it on houses? Are we going to put a federal sales tax on houses? And if we are, it keeps federal sales tax right around at that 20% mark. But if we exclude houses as well, it makes consumer tax 35%. French people are okay with spending half of their income for healthcare. Americans are not. You're right. Americans are not. The guy that made the video. This is the guy's starting point for his video.
High key, like 85% of my mental health problems would be gone if I just had an extra $2,000 in my bank account. High key.
So this individual says 85% of their mental health issues would be taken care of if they had $2,000 extra dollars in the bank. So I asked the person for some statistics, for some numbers. They're working 55 hours a week, which means they don't have a full-time job. They wouldn't answer me, but they're not working a single full-time job. Medical expenses. I had to spend $400 this week on doctor's appointments. I have a surgery coming up that I have to pay almost $1,000 surgeon fee. I've spent over $5,000 this year just on medical expenses. This person's complaint is with the healthcare system. Well, if your complaint is with the healthcare system, then why are you high keying that you need $2,000 in your bank? And then they go on to say, the bulk of my anxiety is centered around expensive healthcare is, I can't change my healthcare needs, so it would be great if we could change the American healthcare system and not make it for profit. My response, the US already had 3 systems of healthcare, TRICARE, Medicare, the VA. You want all the healthcare to be run by the government? Incorrect. Side note, if we eliminated all needs-based welfare programs and replaced it with a guaranteed universal basic income, we'd actually save money. No, we fucking wouldn't. And this is why people that only know 10 words of a story should shut the fuck up. And it's not even worth being polite to people anymore because you're fucking dumb. Okay? You're fucking dumb. It would cost $3 trillion. Okay? That's how many Americans you have that would get it. I'd rather have free housing alternatives than UBI or free healthcare. I wouldn't want any of them. If you got hurt at work, then your workman's compensation should be covering it. So if we gave everybody $12,000 a year, $1,000 a month, it would be $3 trillion a year. Where the fuck do people that keep talking about a universal basic income, where do they think $3 trillion a year is coming from? Second of all, what the fuck do you think is going to happen to any economy when you dump $3 trillion into the economy? What do you think happens to an economy when that happens? The economy does that, and prices do that. I don't think people understand the basics of economics so that they come up with ideas. And what are we talking about? We're talking about people. I'll show you real quick just to catch you up.
High key, like 85% of my mental health problems would be gone if I just had an extra $2,000 in my bank account. High key.
So the person's response after I talked to him, they said a universal basic income would fix that. The problem with the universal basic income is that it doesn't fix anything. It makes everything worse. A universal basic income makes absolutely everything worse. I have never been in a position in my entire fucking life. Yeah, $50 gallons of milk, and that's what people don't get. What they don't understand is that if everybody has more money, then the cost of even basic things go up because there's more demand for those basic things. Well, universal basic income is circling money. Free housing alternative is interesting because you don't pay on rent, you can invest. No, you can't. Where do you get that idea? No, you can't. Because you're paying the same amount of money in taxes. In order for there to be free housing, the government has to give it to you. For the government to give it to you, the government needs money. For the government to have money, it taxes its citizenry, which means you still don't have any money left to invest. Your taxes assuming nothing else changes, your tax liability will be more. You didn't say guaranteed free housing. What'd you say then? The free housing alternative? What do you mean the free housing alternative? If it's free, the government pays for it. The government pays, unless you can walk me to a world where there's free housing that's not paid for by the government. The only other way is philanthropists. The only other way for there to be free housing is through their own goodwill. The billionaires build housing, give it away, don't give it away, allow you to live there, and then they pay for the property taxes. But other than that, the only other way is for the government to provide it. We literally used to have these in America and it didn't fuck up the economy. Really? When did we have them? Because it did fuck up the economy. Projects? We had projects. They fucked up the economy. Because when you don't own it, you don't care for it. We literally did this and it literally fucked up the economy. Why the hell do you think we got rid of them? Did we get rid of them because they were working? Were the Robert Taylor homes in Chicago working? Was Cabrini Green in Chicago working? I use those two because I studied in Chicago. There should be an expectation for you to care for it. Oh, what's that word? What's that magic word that you just used? Oh, was it expectation? I have an expectation that everybody go out, get a fucking job, and pay for their shit. That's an expectation. I have an expectation that people read their fucking college loan applications. But people are complaining about one girl, I wish I downloaded her TikTok. One girl complained about she's got $180,000 in school debt and all she has is a bachelor's degree. Well, the market is flooded with ghost jobs. Fucking shut the fuck up about ghost jobs. Stop complaining. Apply to more jobs. Because I help people get jobs every fucking day. I all the fucking time I'm helping people get jobs. I help people rewrite their cover letters. I help people rewrite their resumes. I help people tailor their resumes to the jobs that they're looking for. Yeah, there's a bunch of ghost jobs. There's also the highest turnover in history at a lot of jobs. When I say to people, oh, you don't have money for bread, you don't have money for rent, you don't have money for this, go to fucking Costco, go to Walmart, okay, then you have a job. Then why is it that you're so fucking defensive? You gave me part of a story. You said you got hurt at your job. I assumed you were out of work because you said you got hurt at your job. I said that your workman's comp should be paying for it. I'd be happy with more starter homes or more small communities than family homes in my area. Yes, starter homes. There you go. That would help a lot for me and most people I know. Not free, but more affordable for someone who like me doesn't want to live in an apartment complex. Yes. There you go, Darbtails. I don't know if you saw the video that I did. I don't know if you saw the video I just did on YouTube. But that's literally one of the biggest things that could solve the housing crisis. Yeah, but kids don't want starter homes. They expect MTV Cribs right out of high school. I think you're dating yourself. I don't think most of the kids coming out of high school knows what the fuck Cribs is. But yeah. What was said right here is so on point. If builders could make money, good money, building smaller homes, they would do that. But the market drives the median cost of a new construction is almost $500,000. It's like I said, people in my small town are spending $60,000 for less than a third of a plot of land. Meanwhile, not long ago, I made a side little piece of money by buying 5 acres for $180. Divvied out. None of the 3 parties involved could finance it. So I bought it, parceled it, and got all my money back, and then a money handling fee. None of the individuals could do it. They all each got an acre plot of land for $60. Right down the road from a place where people are paying $60 for a third of an acre lot. It's because people are like, oh, I want to live here. Why don't you want to live right over there? Why should they care for it if they did not earn it? It's been proven over and over that people do not value things as much when they do not earn it. This aspect of the human mentality is partly the reason why IKEA is so successful. People value the furniture they've put together. Right, and now you're saying, what you're saying is, we tried this and it worked. But I thought you said, we tried public housing and it worked. But now you want to kick the people out of the public housing? When, statistically speaking, a very small minority of people cared for the public housing, so they stopped doing public housing? Because it doesn't work. Section 8 shouldn't be a thing. As a former landlord, Section 8 is the fucking money pot. It hurt the economy. What do you how do you figure that taxing everybody to give homes to some people doesn't hurt the economy? The people that are barely above the poverty line are hurt because of taxes. They can't go forward because of the yoke of the people living in public housing. If the poor weren't taxed into poverty, they would be able to get ahead. But we can't, not because people with addresses can have a job and you can't tax them. The fuck are you smoking? The people living in public housing didn't have fucking jobs. That's what, here, ready? You just need to fucking stop. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The people in public housing, they were there and they were getting a public housing assigned place to live. And then they were getting food stamps. And then they were getting welfare. They weren't fucking working. That's the problem. They weren't going to work. And guess what? If you need an address to get a job, there's halfway houses that you can stay at for up to 90 days. So you don't need to do public housing. You shouldn't be able to stack benefits like that. Why? Because, oh my God, I can't even with people like you. I literally can't with people like you. What do you mean you shouldn't be able to stack benefits? You need a place to live, which is what your housing benefit pays for, and you need food, which is what your fucking SNAP benefits pay for. Just because you live in public housing doesn't mean you don't work. Hey, Rad, I'm gonna do you a favor right up from the beginning of the show. Do me a favor. You're not smart enough to jump in. Sit on the fucking bench, take out a pencil, write some shit down and learn. Because, yes, the people living in public housing and the Robert Taylor homes in Cabrini Green, they weren't working. That was the problem. You know why they weren't working? Because as soon as you put down your address that you lived in Cabrini Green, or you put down your address that you lived in the Robert Taylor homes, nobody hired you. Study your urban politics. If you really want to read the author that's the best at this in Chicago and St. Louis, his name is Dennis Judd. You can read his works on urban politics. So other than that, shut the fuck up and sit on the bench, because I don't want you to jump in right now. You're not ready. The problem is when you set up a system where once people start having income, for every dollar they earn, they lose 30% of their benefits. Why would they work? And that's how a lot of these systems are. You can't even SNAP benefits at maximum SNAP benefits. We already know that the amount of money that we give is not enough to pay for 3 weeks worth of groceries. Or, I'm sorry, for 4 weeks worth of groceries. Most SNAP families find that their SNAP benefits only cover 2 to 3 weeks of their groceries. And so for every dollar they earn above the poverty line, they reduce their SNAP benefit by 30 cents. If you have a house, then you need to work for food. If you have food, then you need to work for a house. How what I'm saying is ridiculous. Because how the fuck did you get into the public housing in the first place? Because you didn't have money for a house. Why should you get both? Because it's at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. People need air, water, food, clothing, shelter. They need all those things. They need those things, or they die. That's why. That's why they need them. We have people graduating from public school that can't read, can't write, can't do math. How do we expect them to get a job? We literally have people that don't understand what median is. We have people that are arguing, and when you ask them what median is, they have no idea. How can you not know what median is? Then unless you're physically unable to, then work. Unless you're physically unable to. Great. Now you understand what the opposition side is. Work until you can't work anymore. And then we'll fill in the gaps. But that's not how it works, is it? That's not how it functions. That's not how it functions. People don't work. People don't fill in their own gaps. People want a handout. And because the Democrats have been giving handouts for years and years and years and years and years, people don't understand that they would be better off without the benefits and the boot off their back. My plan is simple. We don't tax anything. We don't tax anything on anyone until $31,200 per adult in the household. Because if $31,200 is supposed to be the livable dollar amount, then you shouldn't pay any tax on the first $31,200 you make a year. And I think if we did that, that alone would solve most people's problems. I think most people, if they had $2,600 a month, could cover most of their bills. But they pay tax on it. They pay tax on it. They pay Social Security. They pay FICA. They pay federal. They pay state. You have an entire generation of working poor. If you're a dual income family, then the first $62,400 isn't taxed. Now you have people that aren't in debt. But we have a generation of people that are going to pay predatory college loans, and they're looking for the federal government to wave the magic wand and wave that money. My solution to that is cap all federal student loans at somewhere around the 15% mark. You need to borrow $100,000, you pay back 115, but not you pay back 175. You borrowed 100,000. Why are you paying back 175,000? It's ridiculous. I think free public housing works at a small scale. There's a well-maintained example close to where I live, but it's also expected of them to move out within 1 year whenever they get a job. I think small scale also works better because it's easier to create a community that way. The massive free housing high-rises are somewhat inhuman in their design and does not create a responsible community since you only see and know a small portion of the residents. You're right. You're right. You when done on a small scale, a small organization can help people be successful and then help the next group of people. I just understand the idea of giving people a single benefit. I don't think you should get Section 8 SNAP altogether. Okay, well then no offense, you don't understand psychology of human behavior enough to have an opinion. Because you need medical care, you need food, shelter, clothing. You need all of those. You can't live without only some of those things. You need a place to live, and you need food. If you don't have those two things, how do you get a job? They're literally the basic necessities of life. That's how they're designated. It's not like me making this shit up. All of psychology agrees. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. The next line up: personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. You work, is that insane? I'm trying to get this through your skull. If you're not working right now, you only want to give people one benefit right now. If you're not working today, how the motherfuck do you eat today? If you're not working a month ago, how did you pay your rent on the first to have somewhere to sleep tonight? You say work, is that insane? I'll give you a great example. I have a friend. She got fired from her job. She got a new job almost right away. Except where she got the new job, they do the training on Mondays and Mondays only. So she got fired on Friday. In the following week, she got a new job, except 2 days ago was Labor Day. They don't do training. She doesn't start till next Monday. She has a 2-week gap in her income. Shouldn't it be easy? Shouldn't a society that generates as much wealth as we do in America, that gives as much in benefits as we do, shouldn't she be able to just go to the local aid office and say, look, I lost my job on this date. I start my new job on this date. Oh, and by the way, I have 2 weeks without pay, and then I have 2 weeks until a paycheck. I need a month's worth of rent. I need a month's worth of food for me and my kids. That's how the fucking system should be structured. You're like, you work. Is that insane? Yeah, because have you never heard of gaps in employment? At that rate, it should be illegal to fire somebody and not give them 2 weeks. But that is what's happening. That's what's happening all day, every fucking day in America. People are losing their jobs. People can't get new jobs. How does a single mom work if she's got to take care of a baby? Why isn't daycare free? How do we expect a mom to go earn money? You're like, we can't give them food. We can't give them housing. What do you do when dad runs off? Okay, dad runs off. Mom has no income. If mom goes to work, mom can't even make enough money going to work to pay for the fucking daycare. So I don't think, no offense, you're part of the fucking problem. You're opinionated, but you're uneducated. Your first number was 60% global worldwide poverty. Wrong. It's not even that much. It's 44%. You have a bunch of facts that you think support your narrative, but your facts aren't even facts. $200 a month for a person in Africa to live has nothing to do with what it takes a person in America to live. But you've taken this number and you've conjoined it. You're like, I don't know why we're giving them all the benefits. I don't know, because they're physiological needs and you need them to live. We tax people into oblivion. Why don't people have money in their savings account? Because people are fucking stretching a dollar. Now I'm not, because I thought the idea of being poor sucked the first time. I thought the idea of being poor sucked the second time. So my plan was, ain't gonna be poor no more. But guess what? It also involved an awful lot of hard work. Well, you have to tax them to give benefits. Oh my God, I'm gonna just fucking block you in a second. They can't get ahead. They can't get ahead because they're taxed. And they're getting taxed and they can't even get the benefits they need. The person I'm talking about pays taxes every paycheck, and there's literally no way to get access to the money they've paid in. I pay for people who are poor to have benefits. I'm now poor. I need benefits. Oh, it doesn't work that way. You help them now so they can recover and you tax them later. Yes. When people are destitute, they should be able to go to the aid office. Where's the money coming for the benefits? Everybody who pays taxes, the majority of them, the people on the bottom. The majority of the tax revenue comes from the bottom 20%. Because everybody pays the same earnings on the first batches of money they earn. Why do we have a Social Security cutoff at the high end of salary? Shouldn't you pay Social Security regardless of how much you make? Couldn't we solve a lot of problems if we put a 1% capital gains tax to Social Security? Or what if you have to pay Social Security on your capital gains income when you took it as part of a compensation package and not as a public investor? What happens when mom doesn't make enough money to own a house? Mom gets thrown out of the house. When mom can't make the rent, they kick mom out. It's happening. That's why payday loans are popular. They're a total scam. Yeah, I'll give you exactly Predatory pay loans.
Crap like this is what causes bankruptcy. It's called predatory lending. And why you shouldn't feel bad filing for bankruptcy, I received a legitimate check in the mail for $1,200. If I signed a $1,200 check, the finance charge is $508.20. My annual percentage rate is 33.77, and annual simple interest is 24.9. Predatory lending is companies loaning money to people they have no business loaning money to. My husband and I have separated. I don't have a very stable income. If I was desperate enough and signed this check, I would be in it for almost $2,000. And then when I miss payments, I am getting slammed. Companies like this prey on people who are struggling, who are paycheck to paycheck, who've lost their job, who have a medical thing, whose marriage just ended. This is why people get trapped in that cycle and why bankruptcy exists. This company's entire business model is lending money to people and knowing they're going to screw up and not pay it back. Getting out of the cycle of payday loans and these type of loans is almost impossible. Before you come to me and say, well, you should not take out money that you can't pay back. When you are a struggling single mom or you lose your job, tell me, what am I supposed to do? So if you are in a cycle of...
This is exactly the problem. When people lose their job, kids got to eat. Kids got to eat. When your kids are hungry, you don't give a shit about anything other than getting your kid a meal. It should not be legal to charge 30 some odd %. But because the Generation Z, the neo-millennials, they don't understand money, because I see all these parents saying, my kid goes to school for 8 hours. When they get home, they're not doing homework. Fine, fuck, then your kid's gonna be dumb as a box of fucking rocks. Your kid is gonna be as dumb as Fire Engine Red. Congratulations. My father, I thanked my father not long ago. Every fucking night in my house was lessons learned from a poor Irish immigrant who came to this country, and his paperwork for school was in Gaelic. So he was literally told, if you want to get ahead in this world, get your GED. And then bring that other piece of paper with you when you apply places. And literally your talking point is, because my paperwork is in Gaelic, you couldn't understand it unless you read Gaelic. So I went and got a GED just to prove I was hungry enough to get the job. My dad had a fucking job at a church. He was their maintenance man. The fucking priest spoke Gaelic. The priest could read it. He was like, hot damn, you had good grades. That's why my dad got the job. He was working 2 jobs. People are allergic to working 2 jobs now. Well, I shouldn't have to work 2 jobs. Why? Well, because somebody else should pay me what I'm worth. Oh. So you can't handle being told you're worth $15 an hour. Well, my labor, fuck you. If you're going to keep on this argument of my labor generates your wealth, then fine. And this is where I see business owners going. If people are going to keep saying it's my labor that generates the wealth, then business owners are just going to set the bar higher to get jobs. So at least the people they're paying are people worth paying. Look, man, you're moving boxes on a dock. That's not even a $15 an hour job, but a law says they got to give you $15 an hour. No offense, moving fucking boxes around a dock is not $15 an hour worth. I'm sorry. Yeah, your labor generates my wealth. My labor generates the contracts. I put the money in the factory. Now, subjectively, should businesses pay a little bit more? Maybe 5% more, 10% more. But as soon as they do that, what you're going to find is that you're further behind than you got ahead because people don't understand the accordion effect of inflation. Look at California. And what pisses me off is Generation Z and the neo-millennials don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear this when I say, look at California and how overnight 3% of the fast food workforce lost their jobs because of the $20 an hour fast food minimum wage. What do you think about the government offering unemployment loans? My thought would be low interest rate that you could only be taken by people on unemployment, something like that. I think getting it set up where the government allows you to directly access the money you have paid in to the benefits program would only work if we put a microscope on FHA loans and on Section 8, because as I said, once your property is set up to take Section 8 loans, 95% of landlords who get involved with Section 8 loans, they max the rent within, they leapfrog the rent to a dollar amount that would not be sustainable if the tenant didn't have Section 8. Like right now in my neighborhood, we're looking for an apartment for my daughter. My daughter, I told you, some kids are only going to learn it after they go down 40 miles of bad road. I had a really beautiful apartment for my daughter. It was a 2-bedroom. It was $725 a month. Beautiful apartment. Wonderful place. Nice, a mile away. She decided to move out of that and move into an apartment with her 2 friends. Her 2 friends fucked her over. Dad ended up having to write checks to stop shit from going to collections. And now her and the boyfriend can't find an apartment. Houses for rent in my neighborhood are $3,000 a month. There are landlords who are charging 1% of the value of the property as rent. I think Section 8 should not be payable to an individual if the address isn't owned free and clear. Meaning, when I was a landlord, if I have this building and it's under 123 Main Street LLC, before I can accept Section 8 payments, somebody comes along, they look at my books, and they see, oh, you have a $200,000 mortgage against this property. Section 8's not payable to that property. We have allowed Section 8 to become basically free money for the middle class. Because all people are doing is getting a Section 8 loan on a house. I'm sorry. They're getting a mortgage on a house, getting a Section 8 tenant in it, then they're jacking the rent to more than 1% of the cost of the asset. The government is paying off people's houses. The government is paying off people's equity. Well, what are we going to do with all the poor people? Well, the first thing we're going to do is stop giving money to the remaining middle class or the lower upper class. You own the house? Like this guy was talking about the bullshit that people do. People are stupid. Here's a great example.
You should never let family members that are living in your house pay your mortgage company for you. Sometimes I will get a buyer that will come to me and say, I own another property, but it's not a problem because my brother, sister, parents, kids, somebody lives in that house and they pay that mortgage for me every month, so I don't have to deal with that. But when it comes to lending, We can't use that. That person should be paying you, and they should be paying you through a check or a transfer, so we can document it goes from them to you every month. And then when you get that money at the end of the year, you should put that on your tax returns as rent. By doing it that way, we can verify that they're paying you rent and that you've counted the rent. So when it's time for you to buy a house, we cannot count that mortgage payment against you in the debt ratio. If they pay the mortgage company directly, it counts fully against you. There's no way to document that you've collected rent on that house for the previous 12 months.
I know people's first response is going to be, well, I'm not telling the government, blah, 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 because I'm not paying tax, blah, blah, blah. Then what you're doing is you're committing tax fraud. How is that even legal? Shouldn't he pay taxes on the rent collected? No, because if you know anything about being a landlord, you take the income from the rent and you take the same dollar amount of the payment of the debt and you wash them. Now, where you run into a problem is where I'm charging you $2,000 a month in rent, but I only have $1,800 a month in bill. Well, then what happens is I have $2,400 at the end of the year as income. So this is the only piece that you would pay tax on. People don't know that, so they freak the fuck out. And by the way, this $2,400 in income, well, you can reduce that by even more, because if your LLC has, remember, you should never have more than your personal property in your name. Every single other piece of property you have should be rolled up in a limited liability company that only has that property as its only asset. Well, you got to pay fees and filings and all that. Well, what you do for your renter is you include insurance on the unit that reflects as an expense. I'll get to your question in 1 second. So what you're doing is you're doing it legally, but you can make all the profit disappear. Remember, people forget that when you run a business runs differently than your home does. Personal finance and business finance are completely different. Personal finance, you pay taxes on it at the beginning and at the end. Business, you only pay tax on it at the end. In my opinion, what is the end goal of these welfare systems? Is it a net positive return on investment on people who climb out? Is it so people can continue to live and reproduce? Completely removing the human empathy element? How do these systems progress society? They don't. These systems do not progress society. These systems create generational addiction to other people's money. As it is right now, the first thing we need to do is balance the budget. The second thing we need to do is understand that the neo-millennials, the Zoomers, and Gen Alpha are pretty much fucked. Gen Alpha, if they're less than 5 years old, we might be able to save them. But the neo-millennials, which are the back half of Generation Y and Generation Z, you're just fucked. There's no way for us to save you. Because you don't know enough to know that you don't know enough. And you absolutely refuse to admit a neo-millennial is the back half of Generation Y. The neo-millennials are those individuals that are born roughly 1993 to 1996. They're technically millennials by birth year, but they have the attitudes, habits, and tech experience with Generation Z. That is why you have some millennials that they are millennials by birth, but they're Generation X. They're like Generation X is adopted because they don't have the same experiences of other millennials. So one of the problems with shooting down generations to 15 years instead of 30 years is that what we need to do is, the fucktards who make Generation Y look bad. Yes, that would be them. But this is what we have going on right now. TikTok, Congress has 14 days to stop yet another government shutdown. In my opinion, Congress should not be allowed to conduct any other business until there's a budget. Congress should be required by a constitutional amendment that they can conduct no other business unless there is a budget, which would get them really on the warpath, because if the party in opposition to the president has control of one or both chambers, an incoming president does not have to wait for congressional approval for his cabinet positions. So, to make sure that nobody plays stupid games, in an election year, so in 2025, if the Democrats, because Trump is the president, if the Democrats held one or both chambers, then whichever chamber hasn't voted on a budget, well, Trump in 30 days gets to put whoever he wants on his cabinet. But since the Republicans controlled both chambers, in 30 days after Trump becoming president, if there's no signed budget, the sitting secretaries remain. You make that little change to the budget, you make that little change to the procedure, holy shit, we'll have a budget all the time. Because, or you'll have the chamber of the House that the opposition party has. They'll be like, we vote on a clean, balanced budget, boom, done. Okay, that blocks him. He's blocked. He can't appoint anybody because the Senate has voted on a budget. Now it's on your party. In 13 days and 22 hours, they will put forth and pass another 90,000 page document that everyone has had time to review. Right. Most people are going to realize we're living in a world where the government is pissing away your money $1 billion at a time. We should not have a budget that has a $2 trillion deficit in it. We should have a budget that only spends 95% of the brought in income of the previous tax year. And 5% of all money brought in should be paying down the national debt. Oh, but we don't have to pay down the national debt because we really... Shut the fuck up, then you don't understand. If you're one of the people who thinks that we don't have to pay down the national debt, then again, you're too ignorant to have an opinion on politics, because that's why your taxes are 13% higher than they need to be. If you're one of the fucktards I speak of who can barely tolerate the behavior of my sister, she at least went to the Navy to get her BA. Yeah. Do I think Trump is going to invade Chicago? No, because an invasion is the wrong fucking word. So get MSNBC's hand out your ass and don't let them work your mouth like a meat puppet. Trump's not invading Chicago. What I think is going to happen, I'm not worried about a president attempting to use the National Guard to bring law and order to a city where 50 fucking people were shot over Labor Day weekend. There were 50 fucking shootings in Chicago. Yeah, let me see if I can pull the actual crime statistics. No, it's not bad timing for a joke. It's great timing for a joke. My problem is, 58 people were shot, 8 fatalities in 37 shooting incidents. 58 shot and 8 killed. 58 fucking shot and 8 killed in a weekend. Yet the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois, why the fuck doesn't Governor Pritzker simply get ahead of the fucking president? Why doesn't the mayor of Chicago request National Guard assistance? Why doesn't the governor deploy the Illinois National Guard to Chicago? And then Trump has no fucking reason to do this. Because the Democrats right now would rather fucking let 58 people get shot and 8 die over a holiday weekend than realize the president had an idea and the president had a plan. Look, when it comes down to some shit, it's either is this a good idea or is it a bad idea? I don't give a fuck whose idea it is. Donald Trump, I said, I do not like Donald Trump. I do not like his policies. I'm not a member of Make America Great Again. I left the Republican Party 12 years ago. 8 years ago. 8 years ago. When they picked him as the nominee, 10 years ago now, I guess, when he was the nominee, the fact that the Republican Party, the very best that they could fucking put forward was Donald Trump. I left the fucking party. I thought it was stupid. Do I like the idea of Make America Great Again? Yes, I do. Do I think 1 out of every 10 of Trump's ideas is good? Yes, I do. Do I like 1 out of every 20 of Kennedy Jr.'s ideas? Yes, I do. Do I like the idea of looking at Europe and saying, okay, they don't allow all these chemicals. Give me those studies. Yes, FDA. Whatever Europe doesn't allow, that's what we're not going to allow. Why the fuck do you think Frito-Lay, Pepsi, Doritos, Lay's chips, why the fuck do you think they changed the recipe for Europe? Because they were told, if you try to sell this shit here, we're not going to let you. Because we have data and research that says the shit that you put in your food is bad. Somebody brought up today a really good point. Why is it everybody is against non-pasteurized milk? It's the new, fucking non-pasteurized milk. But you're okay with fucking neon green energy drinks. Like, look, man, I'm all for fucking banning shit that's bad for you. But why is it unpasteurized milk? Motherfuckers, people have been drinking milk out the cow for thousands of years. People have been drinking milk out the cow since we had cows. Pasteurization is just the process of heating the milk to kill the bacteria. And basically, if you want to, yes, there's nothing wrong with your answer. It's a little bit more complicated than that. But that'll do. That'll do for a working definition. We definitely need to make America great again. The current Republican in chief is not the person to do it. Right, because kids are dumb. Teachers are dumb. We have a group of teachers that don't want basic skills tests because they're afraid they can't pass them. The administration right now at my daughter's school is mad scrambling because they're trying to run business as usual this year, and over 40% of the teachers are new this year. One of the teachers gave my daughter some static, and my daughter is trained when an adult gives her static to just say, well, you can speak to my father about it. And the teacher was like, I'm not going to. And another teacher, an experienced teacher, grabbed the new teacher, pulled the teacher by the arm and said, not with that kid. I would suggest you apologize. And the new teacher was like, I'm not going. And the other teacher was like, if you want to keep your job, you will. You're not going to tell my kid that my kid can't use her fucking protected accommodations because you don't understand them. Bitch, it's not you. It's not for you to understand. My daughter has a fucking signed accommodation form, which means your opinion on this matter doesn't exist. Not that your opinion doesn't matter. Your fucking opinion does not exist. My daughter came home and told me. I said, well, what happened? And I said, how did it work out? Oh, I ended up using my accommodation. Okay, good. I will fucking stomp a mud hole in a teacher because you're fucking dumb. No teacher questions an individual education plan. To the student, the teacher can go to the administration, and at the annual review, the teacher can vocalize their complaint, but you better have a good fucking complaint. As it is now, our math teachers, the kids don't start Khan Academy until later in this quarter. The fucking school's way to pat me on the head and give me a biscuit was they don't do Khan Academy all year. Did I see all the workers wanting RFK to go? Yeah, and I don't give a fuck. You know what my opinion is when people who have been with an organization for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? All these fucking people saying RFK isn't a doctor, RFK isn't a doctor, he's not a scientist. 3 fucking people that held that job in the past have been doctors or scientists. I want the fucking head of Health and Human Services to be a fucking doctor or a scientist. I want that because the head of Health and Human Services oversees the CDC. I want a doctor, an immunologist, a virologist. I want a person who understands CDC speak at the top of that food chain. I don't think Health and Human Services needs to be nestled. I don't think the FDA, the way it all gets nestled under, needs to be there. I think we need to have a breaking up of all the fucking government departments and put like with like. Why doesn't the fucking Department of Health and Human Services have direct control over the fucking school lunch program? Why is the school lunch program nestled under the Department of Agriculture? I think a lot of people in government right now all need to be fired. Look, unless your boss is asking you to do something illegal or immoral, you do what the fuck your boss tells you. If it's not illegal or it's not immoral. Now, is RFK Jr. a fucking idiot when it comes to autism? Yeah, he's a fucking idiot when it comes to autism. Is some of the shit that he says out of fucking whack? I know what a healthy kid is supposed to look like. Bitch, your family gave JFK's older sister a fucking lobotomy because she was promiscuous. She liked to fuck a lot. So fucking what? Okay? You gave her a fucking lobotomy. The Kennedy family is not the family. If your last name is Kennedy, I don't want to hear about what a healthy child looks like. I'm sorry. I don't. Period. But do I think RFK Jr.'s perspectives on food is great? Yes. So make that motherfucker in charge of the FDA. Put him in charge of the FDA. Offload the 80% of the work that he doesn't understand onto a new secretary and be like, hey, go over there. But this is the problem with nepotism. Yeah, he either knows a lot about nutrition or he knows how to tap expert knowledge on nutrition. That doesn't mean he's not a fucking numpty on the other 80%. All the guy says about nutrition is they need to be teaching nutrition in medical school. Hey, guess what? Where are my nutrition numbers? I looked up a lot of shit today. 40% of people that died from COVID had obesity. Maybe, just maybe, if, like, for example, my doctor understands why I'm still a little overweight. My weight is coming down, but I'm still a little overweight. But when my weight started going when I was skinny and my weight was going up, one of my doctors never said shit to me about my weight. Like, look, I know what the patient's going to say. Look, I don't want to hear about my diet. Well, you're going to hear about your diet. What are you doing to fix your diet? Because you're overweight. What if instead of letting people get 200 pounds overweight, we started saying to them when they were starting to get a little overweight, hey man, you need to work on that diet thing. We spend over $1 trillion a year in American medical care dealing with primary and secondary order of effects of obesity and people being overweight. You notice how many people started working out during COVID when they found out obesity was going to be the leading cause of death for if you need to be intubated. So people started walking. Now that COVID's not a threat, fat people are fat again. Oh, you can't call them fat. Yes, I can. I can call them fat. I have permission from Fluffy. I have permission from Gabriel Iglesias to call fat people fat. He's Fluffy, and he gave me permission. Look, put the fucking fork down. Go on a walk. Eat something better. Not trying to be mean, but a lot of your health concerns go away when you bring your weight into alignment. And that's what RFK is saying. Doctors need to talk to their patients about nutrition. How many of you don't even know that the food pyramid that you've been using your whole fucking life is wrong? I'm overweight. I carry too much abdominal fat. But there's a reason, because I was sick for a long time. And I had to drink calorie shakes because I couldn't, for about a period of 18 months, I threw up a lot. I'd have to leave the show a lot. I had a trash can just out of camera range. I throw up a lot. Can't throw up on Twitch. It's against terms of service. So if I threw up before noon, I had to re-drink my 9 o'clock shake, and I had to drink my 12 o'clock shake. Well, if it's 11:30 and I throw up, I'll show you in a second. I've already gotten most of the nutrients out of the 9 o'clock shake. Yeah, if they press people as hard as they press smokers about smoking, no shit. So what happened is I gained a lot of weight because I was trying to keep bone density and muscle mass. Now that they figured out the problem, I had an infected nerve in my foot. They didn't find it till they did the foot surgery. And then I have some damage to the back of my leg, and I have fucking other damage, but they finally found it. I'm not on antibiotics every other week now. So I'm in great shape now. Starting to lift a little weight again, starting to walk a lot. Now, this food pyramid is absolutely fucking dog shit wrong. Okay? This is the one that a lot of people grew up on. This right here is dog shit wrong. Do you know why from 1992 to 2005 you were told to eat 6 to 11 servings of grain a day? Because the fucking grain industry said, we don't have anywhere domestically to sell our grain, so let's tell people eating sandwiches is good for them. This entire thing is dog shit. This entire thing is fucking dog shit. This right here needs to be split out, because you see how that says meat, poultry, fish, dry beans? Some of you are gonna hate me, and remember, I'm Papa J. I only have your best interest in mind. You're not gonna like me. You are only supposed to have about 4 ounces of beef a month. You are not designed to eat a 22-ounce steak multiple times a week. That is not what your body needs. But who told you that you do? The USDA. Yeah, that exact. What? Fuck you. Right. You're not designed to eat big ass steaks. You're supposed to swap vegetables and grains. Or you're supposed to swap the bottom of the pyramid for the lower amount in the middle. So you're supposed to have like 2 to 4 servings of grain, but not bread. You're supposed to be getting grain in other ways, and then you're supposed to be eating lean meat, poultry, fish, and people don't want to hear that. I saw somebody mention the Mediterranean diet. Yep. The Mediterranean diet. If you've never tried the Mediterranean diet, it's fucking delicious. And for the beef eaters, you substitute beef for lamb. And then your lamb is counted as a fish. So you can have 4 ounces of lean beef a month, and then you should be eating a little bit of pork, and then lamb and fish. I can't believe that shit. Well, I'm fucking sorry. Beef is the least of the problems in the standard American diet. You're right. Beef is the least of the problems. But when you show kids a food pyramid that's completely wrong for their entire school age, and then you wonder why people don't understand good nutrition. Is this the new one? I think this is the new one. No, I don't know why they... I don't know why they don't ever do the nice, neat one. They've been showing this one, like, people keep seeing the keto diet. Oh, that's why. Because Kennedy is releasing, that's why you can't get the old one. They've yanked down the old one, because in a couple of days' time, we're getting a new diet. But here's a great example of what I'm talking about, where here is the dietary guidelines for Americans from the USDA. This is 164 pages. I don't think the fucking nutrition book I had in school was 164 pages. Right? Like, did you know that some people shouldn't go on keto at all? Some people should never go on keto. Some people should never go on... Well, in my opinion, Atkins is bad all the way around. No, this wasn't released under RFK. He's releasing a new one. He's releasing a new one. But look at how detailed this is. Imagine if every American kid got, you know... Like, I love this chart right here. I love this chart because 85% of your calories are needed to meet the food group recommendations: vegetables, fruit, grain, dairy, protein, leaving 15% for other uses. Right now, we try to beat it into people they shouldn't have anything sweet. But the truth is, it's okay. It's okay to have a treat. It's okay to have. It just, what Grumble said is the majority of people are eating shit food, right? Like right here, typical burrito bowl, that bowl is over 1,100 calories, right? White rice. White rice is fucking filler. Dump it, get rid of it. Brown rice and romaine lettuce, right? Cooked chicken with sauce, grilled chicken with spice rub. Okay, the sauce is what kills you. No grilled vegetables over here. Throw in some grilled vegetables. Right? You can make little choices. My girlfriend and I lost 60 pounds combined. We ate ice cream every night for dessert. We just had one serving for it. Right. Like, most people don't realize this is your average breakfast bowl. If you fill this to the top, right? It's more than one serving of cereal. Americans' biggest problem is portion control. Eating high-carb meals with no fiber spikes your insulin, leads to being hungry more frequently, and just eating more and more. Yes. But imagine if we taught kids that. Mr. J, why am I hungry all the time? Oh. Well, here's why. Why are you hungry after eating McDonald's? Because McDonald's is shit food? Drinking apple cider vinegar 15 minutes before carbs should help a bit with insulin control. I'd rather just fucking vomit in the trash can. Thanks, though. But we don't teach kids. Kids don't know enough about their diet. All they can do is, like my generation, people in their 40s that I went to school with, they still think that sandwiches are good for their kids. You're giving your kids a bunch of fucking... You're giving your kids the fucking 6 to 11 grain thing. Oh, I give my kid a bowl of grain cereal in the morning, and I send them to school with a fucking sandwich, and then I make sure that they get... I'm like, yeah, did you know that's all changed? I've been thinking of ways to trick myself into eating more veggies, as if I was trying to trick a kid to eat them. Actually, yes, McDonald's is chemically modified to induce hunger and thirst. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Number one, McDonald's straw size is not an accident. The McDonald's straw size is bigger due to research that they did. Number two, McDonald's deliberately moved away from the beef tallow like Steak and Shake uses to the chemicals they use in the fries because they taste good, but they don't satisfy you. Everything about McDonald's isn't food. It's a chemical combination. People are curbing their alcohol consumption. Yeah, the problem though, chill. People aren't curbing their alcohol consumption because they believe alcohol is bad for them. People are curbing their alcohol consumption because they can't afford fucking alcohol. Because they don't have any money at the end of the week to stretch into it. That's the problem. Where can I get some beef tallow fries? Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake still uses beef tallow. Only in America do we strip out all the nutrients of our bread to prolong shelf life, which then requires them to fortify it with nutrients, and now it tastes like ass. So they add sugar and other flavoring and then preservatives to help keep sugar shelf life be longer. Yeah. As you guys know, I owned a bar, and the bar was on it was like 40% of a building. Early on, I don't remember what was in the building, but then it got divvied out a little... Shit if I fucking remember. A little candy flour store fucking was on one end. The bakery was in the middle, and my bar was the end. Well, in between my kitchen and the bakery, there was a roll-up door. Well, we could just roll that up, and they always put bread there. Bread that is fresh cooked is only going to last 2 or 3 days. If you get fresh bread, it's going to go bad. It's going to start to mold in 2 or 3 days. But it is so much better than bunny bread. Shit, man. I went to fucking Disney World for 11 days, and I forgot to throw the loaf of bread out. I got back, and the fucking bread was still in the pantry. And it wasn't green. Bread shouldn't last 2 weeks. Our bread sucks because we genetically modify the grain to survive more harsh climates. Yeah, I mean, that's where the process starts. But we also grind up the grain, then strip everything out of it, and then inject it, and then add sugar on top. European bread, yeah, we bleach the flour because we want our white bread to be stark white. Shit, man, our bread is so white now, we shouldn't even call it white bread. It should be called albino bread. Yeah, go to Italy and eat their pasta. You don't bloat like the pasta you do in America. You're right. You're absolutely right. Most Europeans, when they come to America, they gain 5 to 10 pounds in a short period of time. When Americans go over to Europe, they find that they're still hungry for the first several days because the portions are smaller. The portions are way smaller because they're giving you people portions. I would love to be able to go live there for about a year. If I ever come to America, what is the food I should try out? None of it. Don't come here. Don't come here. Don't come here. No. Right now. No. Don't come to America right now. Fuck. No. Because you'll come to America right now and you'll be like, that place sucked. No. It'd be like going to Disney World and all the rides are closed. Don't come here right now. Karthos, you'll like your next vacation then. You'll like your next vacation. Let's talk about this one. 11-year-old Texas boy dies after he's shot while playing Ding Dong Ditch. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to offend some people, and I don't give a shit. The guy has 99.9% of the blame. The mom and the dad who weren't looking after this kid, or the adult, the aunt, the uncle, whoever, 0.1% of the blame. Look, I get it. Kids are going to be kids. But when your kid's idea of a good time is ding-dong ditching houses at 10:55 at night, that's bullshit. Okay? That's bullshit. I don't think the kid deserves to be shot over it. But if you're not paying attention to the 11-year-old and he's running around ding-dong ditching houses, then the 13-year-old is vandalizing shit and the 16-year-old is stealing shit. I would have had my ass beat. Like, everyone's like, oh, you ding-dong ditched houses. No, the fuck, we did not ding-dong ditch houses. Because if we ding-dong ditched houses, every fucking parent would beat the shit out of us between where we're at and getting home, and then our parents would justify beating the shit out of us for misbehaving. I think I'm the last group of people. No, he was shot in the back. Yes, we'll get there. I think I'm the last group of people that was raised by a community. Like, I got sent home from school one day, and Mr. O'Malley knocked me in the head. Slapped me upside the head as I walked past because I got sent home from school. Then when I got home, I got slapped upside the head. I was like, hey, Mr. O'Malley already took care of that. And yeah, that's for making him take care of it. Think I ever misbehaved again? No. No. Because I embarrassed my family. 11-year-old boy died after being shot while playing Ding Dong Ditch. Shooting took place at 10:55. Child was with friends and playing Ding Dong Ditch, which is a game that revolves around ringing a doorbell and running away. The fatal shooting occurred around 11:55. Houston police are investigating. We're told the male was ringing doorbells of homes in the area and running away. A witness stated the male was running from a house after ringing the doorbell just prior to suffering a gunshot wound. Officers detained one person at the scene for questioning. The individual was questioned and released. Detectives are gathering more information. Here's the problem. The guy went out into the street and shot the kid with a medium caliber handgun. This guy had 20 other firearms in his house. Look, if you ring my doorbell and you run off, I'm just gonna walk down. I'm gonna talk to your parents. But as Karthos just said, or did Karthos say it? Yeah, Karthos said it. The problem here is that parents over the last 20 years have destroyed the community parenting by getting livid when another adult steps in to parent their kids. I told the kid in a grocery store not to be grabbing apples out of the bottom of the stack because they're gonna fall, and his Karen-ass mother shot me the dirtiest look. Right. Do we blame the comedy and movies that support that behavior, or do we blame the parents for not teaching their kids not to do it? We can still place blame wherever, but if the gun owner shot somebody illegally, that's the blame. Right, and here's where the problem is. You can blame the parents of the shitty kid, or you can blame the gun owner. And you should blame the gun owner because it's not like the one incident where the 3 kids kicked in the door and the homeowner, in fear for his life, discharged his weapon and killed all 3 of them. Fuck them. Those kids, fuck them. They had guns, they had intent, they breached a door, they got fucking sent for judgment. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Give the guy a fucking medal. But an 11-year-old ringing doorbells, you call the fucking cops. The kid's on the street. Now you've made a choice to run down the fucking street. Yeah, this kid was being juvenile. Maybe the guy couldn't call the police because he's got 20 fucking guns in his house. Now, Maybe the guy couldn't call the police because he's got 20 guns in his house. If all those guns come back legal, then I don't know why the guy didn't call the police. If any of those guns come back illegal, now I know why he didn't call the police. When you have that many guns and you chase a person onto the street and shoot them, there was something going on in your life that has you all shades of mad that you probably need to be getting that piece taken care of. At the end of the day, I have never been so mad that I thought about shooting somebody after I had to chase them into the street. Right? It's not that serious. It ain't that serious. Kids have an innate sense of justice. If that guy did that, then it's not unlikely that the kid was harassing him because he's a fucking asshole and the kid was doing whatever he could to torture his ass. That does not make the kid wrong. No, it does. It makes the kid wrong, but it makes the kid wrong when you look at all the other things, right? All the other things, yeah, it makes the guy worse. At the same time, my father would have had me out there mowing that guy's lawn, chopping his fucking bushes, washing his car, whatever the fuck. Like, we didn't do that. Like, I hate the fucking people that are like, well, we all did it when we were kids. No. And if you're justifying the kid's behavior by saying we all did it, well, then you were raised by shitty parents. You were raised because there's no sense of community. Yeah, only the problem kids did it. Right. Like, once upon a time in a land far away, some asshole kids stole a bunch of our Christmas lights and broke them. Now, if you remember, a big strand of lights was going to be about $30 in bulbs. And so my dad happened to be out there the next night, and one of the kids was going to steal our fucking Santa. And they didn't see my dad was out there. So they came in our front fucking gate and started getting the Santa, and then my dad, and then the kid turns around and he's face to face with a fucking 6-foot motherfucker. Looks like he just got done eating a chicken raw, jumping off a boat with a fucking round shield. And so my dad was like, I know you. And the kid ran off. And all my dad yelled after the kid was, run as fast as you want. I'll get down to your house eventually. So my dad just walked down, he talked to the dad, and he says, well, your boy owes me $30 for the light bulbs he broke. And $30 in the 80s, a lot of fucking money. And so the boy comes up, and the dad says, because I was with my dad, and the boy's like, well, I'm not the only one that broke them. And so my dad looks at the father of the kid and says, well, here's what we're going to do. You're going to give me $30 so I can go solve my problem. And then you can get with your son and go to all the other parents that were involved and they can pay you. And the father was like, yep, sounds about the way that we need to handle this. And so the dad gave the guy gave my dad $30. And then the next day we were out there moving all the fucking lights from the bushes that were on the sidewalk side to up near the house side. And then later on that winter, got up one morning and it was a fucking shitty day. So I got up and I knew I had to shovel the drive and shovel the sidewalk. And I get out there and the sidewalk is shoveled. The public part of the drive was shoveled. They didn't come up on our property. So the piece between the sidewalk and the street, all the fucking snow was out in front of it. And so my dad was like, you did a good job. And I was like, I didn't do it. Later that night, the dads came down to talk to my dad and were like, you ain't gonna have to worry about snow at all this winter. Because our boys are gonna come down here because they gotta work off the money they owe us for breaking your lights. And that was the end of it. That was the end of it. And those boys learned a lesson about having to get up at 4 a.m. on a snow day to shovel fucking snow. That was the end of it. People are easy to trigger about their property, overprotective and a little crazy, but things be a little crazy right now. Here's the difference though. We've changed society so much. Yeah, I didn't do it was exactly the right answer, because if I had said thanks and my dad came by later, he would have kicked my ass for claiming credit for work that's not mine. If you remember back in the day, houses on the street, right? They used to have this thing right there. We used to have front porches. And everybody would sit out on their front porch, and all the kids would be up running up and down the sidewalk or running into people's backyards. Anybody that had kids, you kind of knew kids were going to be playing tag or hide and seek and whatever, and we had front porches. And then America changed to we had back decks because we had a patio and we had a barbecue. And that was fine until we started wrapping our property, right, in a fucking privacy fence. Like, now people don't even know their neighbors. You wonder why there's no sense. Yeah, everyone's more isolationist. Everybody's more isolationist. And we wonder why things are getting shitty. Well, that's why. When you don't have a sense of community, privacy fence with a pool. Right. Privacy fence with a pool. It's like I specifically stated once, my daughter made the mistake of, in front of some friends, she kind of bragged about being rich. And I shut that shit down in a hurry. And I looked at my daughter and I said, "What do you mean you're rich?" And she's like, "Well, I'm rich." And I'm like, you're broke. I'm rich. If you're running around bragging about my money, then you're just not going to be part of my money. Not because we're going to make sure that we know whose money that is. Like, you're bragging to your friends about how you're rich. Great. You ain't getting shit from me then, because then you don't appreciate it. Community and being a neighbor and concepts are dying. Yeah, that concept is dying. That concept is absolutely dying. But we can't fix it. Now, somebody asked about Chicago. I have a feeling that our country's I think we are closer than ever to a civil war. I think we are closer than ever. Trump says we're going in. Well, we don't want that. But what I don't get is just lots of people dying. Well, how many people have died in DC since the National Guard's been in there? On one hand, I'm from Chicago, and Chicago has got areas of the town that's a fucking shithole. 58 people shot over the weekend, 8 deaths. I don't know, man. I think if there were 58 people shot over the weekend, maybe the people of Chicago might want the National Guard there. I don't know, if people start fighting back, it could be worse. But here's the problem. Who's going to be fighting back? There were 123 murders in Chicago this summer. It was the lowest number since 1965. Murder per 100,000 people, though, Mississippi and Louisiana take the cake there. Oh, absolutely. And again, stop being so fucking smart, Karthos. Are we talking about murder per capita? Or are we talking about murder? Media shows a lot of looting in Chicago. There's not a lot of looting in Chicago. Where's this fucking looting happening? Is there daily looting? The daily fucking looting in Chicago is the same place the grenade launcher problem is that required grenade launchers to be in the assault weapon bill. Yeah. Do we want to talk about murder per capita or total murders? I want to address all murders. Let's address all of them. Let's address all of them. Things need to change. But it's amazing to me that nobody wants to talk about people. Oh my God, there were 130 murders in Chicago, 130 out of 2.7 million. Meanwhile, there's towns in Alabama, 6,000 people and 45 murders. Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee had 397 murders in 2023. Detroit had 203 in 2024. Chicago, 581, down from 621 in the year before. I don't think we need to start breaking it down. I think we need to look at, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking murders. But we don't want to look at Alabama. Trump wants to take the sanctuary out of the cities. No. Trump doesn't want to do that. Presidents want to do that.
Not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Okay, so that's 1995. That's Bill Clinton. That's a Democrat. And where's the fucking difference between what he said and what Donald Trump has said? They need to actually punish the illegal immigrants or they will just keep coming back. And we do punish them. We do punish them. But what punishment do you want to give them? Put them in jail? So you want to pay taxes to put somebody in jail before you deport them? Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to just deport them. I want to talk to Mexico and I want to say, hey, Mexico, I get why you don't want us to build a wall and why you oppose a wall. Let's build a wall on your southern border. Give us a small cede to us. If you deport them, they will just come back, won't they? You know, you need to punish the guys that give them jobs. If there's no incentive for them to come, they won't. There you go. There you go. There's how you deal with it. See, if you actually punish the people, that employ them, then nobody is gonna do the pay under the table. No one's gonna do the hire the illegal immigrant, because if they pay a penalty, I would never hire an illegal immigrant because I would never pay. There would be no value for me because I will always pay somebody what they're worth. And so it doesn't. But my avocados, yeah, but it doesn't matter because people are confusing illegal immigrants with migrant workers. A lot of the stuff that gets picked along the west coast of America is picked by migrant workers who come into the country legally with documentation, with migrant worker visas. They make themselves up the west coast. They make themselves back down the west coast, and then they go home. They pay their taxes, they file their taxes, and they go home. They don't live in America. See, the problem with racist Americans is they see an immigrant and they lump them all together in the same pot. And we need to not do that. You need to understand, some of them come in, they work, they pay taxes, they leave. You got your taxes back when you go back home. Yeah, most of them do. If not all, then the vast majority. Because when you're on that type of visa and you declare what months you're here, they don't charge you a year's worth of taxes for services you're not capable of receiving. The people we deport may also not have means to do so again, depending on how they got here. Right. And so the big issue is, I've never seen or heard of a Japanese illegal immigrant that wasn't a college professor or some radically useful position. Here's the problem. You ain't never heard of a illegal immigrant that's a professor. You've never heard of an illegal immigrant that's a college professor. You might hear of like one or two off here and there who don't realize their visa's expired. You might hear of the occasional one that's here illegally because they were on a sponsored visa. They were sponsored by this university and they got fired. They went to that university and they didn't understand our visa. But for the most part, the universities aren't getting involved with illegal immigrants because the university can literally fill out a piece of paper and send it to the government, and the government's like, oh, got you. Like, they can get the visas they need. There was a doctor who was deported earlier this year for supporting Hezbollah. Yeah. Our problem is that it doesn't matter which political party holds the office of the president. The other party always objects to every single thing they do, even though every single president going back to Bill Clinton has included a talking point about illegal immigration. So what exactly are we upset about? What exactly are we upset about? That why are the Democrats upset? And I think what we have here is we're getting close to home about why California is against Donald Trump wanting to deport people.
Hi, everyone. So take a look at this clip and come right back.
You think ICE is not going to show up around voting and polling booths to chill participation? You know that. The National Guard, you know that. Everybody knows what's at stake, so we have to put a stake in the ground and do things differently.
So think about what he said for a second. As many of you know, I was an immigrant in America for 18 years before I became a citizen. And throughout that entire 18-year period, there was never a single time that I showed up at a polling station on election day because I did not have the right to vote in America. So what is Gavin Newsom saying here? There are immigrants who are voting. Now, this is not just about immigrants, because what he is suggesting is that the presence of ICE will stop people from going to the polls. So he's not even talking about legal immigrants, because legal immigrants will have nothing to fear if ICE is around. So basically what he is saying is that illegal immigrants will be deterred from going to the polls. So are illegal immigrants making it a habit to go to the polls on election day in America? I thought Democrats said our elections are the most secure ever, and that not requiring ID was necessary because people that look like me apparently can't get IDs. Is this the reason why they don't want voter IDs? If this is not a confession of how corrupt the voting system in Democrat-controlled states have become, I don't know what will convince you. Our elections must be protected from the corruption of charlatans who continue to clamor about protecting democracy, but will take every opportunity to undermine the process while pretending to be the saviors of the system. As a new American citizen who just a few years ago earned my right to vote, I believe that my vote needs to be protected from being wiped out by illegal immigrants. If this was not a plan, I am calling on ICE to actually show up at polling stations, because citizens are not intimidated by seeing law enforcement. and we cannot continue to allow our election system to be abused.
Look, man, I go into the airport and I'm never afraid of my bag being searched. Never afraid. I don't give a shit. Search my bag. Why? Because I understand that I want to get on an airplane. I understand that if I show up with a bag, they have the right to go through it. Only one time, I've probably flown 12 times in 8 years. Only one time have I ever been stopped. And it was a weighted stuffed animal. It blocked the x-ray. And I said, yeah, go ahead and take it and x-ray the bag again. They said, nope, we just need to swab it. Okay. They swabbed it. I was good to go. Only one time have I ever been upset with TSA, and that was because my youngest daughter is autistic, and I was still putting stuff up on the conveyor belt. And they were giving my daughter's instructions, and she wasn't listening, and they were getting mad. And I said, she's not going to listen to you because she's autistic. She takes her verbal cues from myself and her mother. What is it you need her to do? Well, she's holding up the line. It was my daughter, me, my wife, and then the other people were still taking shoes and shit off. And I'm just like, this is fucking ridiculous. Why is it you need a real ID to get on an airplane, but you don't need a real ID to vote? There's actually a reason my elementary school Spanish teacher who came here legally voted for Trump the first time. I saw her at the polls advocating for legal immigrant right versus illegal immigrants. There is absolutely no reason for anybody to support illegals being in the country. Now, I don't think it was disingenuous. I don't think his point was disingenuous. The entire video was super disingenuous. It's that legal people of Hispanic persuasion are going to get stopped, searched, and harassed. Well, they're not. And if Gavin Newsom is so concerned about that, then he can put his own law enforcement at polling places. And see, that's where if ICE is randomly searching people, that's bullshit. That's what my great-grandfather said in Poland in 1939. You're not wrong, but if Gavin is so convinced that that's happening, put his own law enforcement there. Put his own law enforcement there. See, we wouldn't be having this problem at the scale we're having it if California, under the direction of the governor, wasn't executing deportation warrants because they want to be a sanctuary state. See, we've devolved into a fucking problem where everybody is justifying their illegal actions. And that's why me over here with the common sense fucking middle of the ground enough is enough party is, look, motherfucker, but it's not due process. And that's what people have to get through their head. The due process for illegal immigration isn't the same due process for a citizen. As you and I have talked, due process doesn't mean you get to go in front of a judge. Due process just means that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It just means there is a process. It means everybody follows the same process. People are like, oh, well, you need a warrant to remove them. No, the fuck you don't. If ICE has a final order of removal for an individual, they have a final order of removal. Break. Do I think that a judge should have to sign every final order of removal? Yes, I do. How the fuck our government allowed an executive agency to have judicial branch authority is beyond me, but nobody has brought that up through the Supreme Court properly. They all bring up all other issues. I agree that it's wrong, but there's wrong and there's illegal. There's wrong and there's illegal. I think it's fucking wrong, and I'll say it's fucking wrong, but it's legal and it's moral. There's not any immorality with an ICE agent executing a final order of removal because he's doing his job. Now, I would like every final order of removal to be signed by a judge and not an administrative law judge. I would like every final order of removal to be signed by a judge. So let's get that law changed. And let's get that law changed where we don't allow anybody into the population until they have papers. And let's not give them papers just to let them into society. Well, you might have 3 million people. Yeah, guess what? If you rolled up to the border of Mexico and you saw a fucking mega city 1 full of illegals while we're sorting their shit out, you wouldn't come here unless you had papers. And guess what? It's the same for Canada's borders. It's the same for border from Europe. If you don't have fucking paper, you should get detained, sort your shit out, get stamped on the ass, do not let in until 2035, and sent back out. My problem is, you can't say it's a due process issue if the fucking states and the fucking cities won't follow up on the due process. Right. But you're talking about due process, but their Fifth Amendment right isn't being imposed. How is their Fifth Amendment right being imposed upon? Because I'm all for breaking down how it rolls, but how is their Fifth Amendment actually being imposed upon? No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury. So that piece has no implication for illegal immigration, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. So none of that so far has anything to do with an illegal alien. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense twice, to be put twice in jeopardy of life or limb. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. Nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Okay? The due process is, we're detaining you to establish legitimacy. The people that came here legitimately don't have a problem with that. They have paperwork. My family that has come here from Ireland, they have visas. The due process is, do you have paperwork? No? Let's go, you're getting deported. Or, we're picking you up because we have a final order of removal for you. Now, when people say without due process of law, this is again where I say the law says ICE can sign final orders of removal. I don't agree with it, but Congress fucking passed it. Congress gave them this power. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Again, this comma right there, and that comma right there, and then for public use. Why is it suddenly illegal immigrants? And that's my issue. Why I say it's a due process issue. But okay, but you and I have talked. Due process doesn't always mean a court. Due process doesn't always mean a courtroom. Due process is that everybody gets the same process. Right, but that's the thing. It's not a due process issue. Explain in more detail, how is it a due process issue then? Because if the law states ICE can sign the final order of removal, but they're not stripping away rights. See, you haven't connected the dots yet, and nobody has. How is an illegal alien's Fifth Amendment right? And because they have them, for anybody that doesn't understand this, it doesn't say no citizen, it says no person. Doesn't matter how you're in the United States. It doesn't matter how you're here. There's 2 places in the Constitution that use the word citizen, but it's none of the due process sections. How is their due process of law being stripped away? And that's what everybody says it, nobody can connect it for me. There's a piece of paperwork, a legal piece of paperwork, saying, I can remove you from this country. They've had this. Somebody has gone through the file. Somebody has reviewed it. Even if they're on a legal visa and they've committed a crime, they're supposed to self-deport. Their paperwork tells them that. Their paperwork tells them if they pick up a conviction, they're supposed to self-deport. So where my concern is that they go to a criminal court and nobody's making the argument that while they're in the criminal court, their due process has been violated. And then they get a conviction and somehow, right? Somehow ICE doesn't get notified when they're being released on their criminal conviction to deport them. But they got a criminal conviction, they get incarcerated. When they get released from jail, they're supposed to be detained on an ICE detainer for deportation. And that's it, the due process is finished. Because if you're on a visa and you get a criminal conviction, we deport you. So connect the dots for me. Where is the Fifth Amendment specifically being stripped away? Because I love all the amendments. I love them all. But I'm a really big fan of some of them. Right? I'm a really, really big fan of 4, 5, and 6. Also 8. 4, 5, 6, and 8. But yeah, as soon as somebody can make a connection for me that their due process is being stripped away, I'll be the first person to say, well, that's wrong. Some people are making an argument. The stipulation removal program, for one, when you sign a piece of paper that you probably don't understand because you've been denied time, resources to get legal representation, that's a huge issue. Okay, I think you're making the wrong argument then. You're saying their due process has been infringed upon. Well, then we shouldn't let them in. We shouldn't have let them in the beginning then, is what you're saying. Because if they can't read the English on the paperwork they're signing, which by the way, they don't sign it in English. They don't sign it in English. They actually sign it in their own language. Which is another troublesome thing for me. But Jesus Christ. It always makes me nervous. The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and blood that the United States gave to China in order to help it secure its freedoms from a very unfriendly foreign neighbor. What? I hope that they are rightfully honored and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States. Is she talking about World War II when Japan invaded China? Is that what he's talking about? Because that's the only thing I can reasonably That's the only reasonably thing that I can think of. And does it offend anybody else? Honestly, does it offend anybody else that Donald Trump talks about the war when he's a fucking draft dodger? Donald Trump pisses me off because he didn't serve in the military because he had bone spurs in his feet. And yet, I served for 15 years with bone spurs in my feet. And then on my way out the door, they wouldn't fix them. And I had to wait a bunch of years. All the people that talk about, we need socialist medicine. We need socialist medicine. We have socialist medicine. It's called the fucking VA. And it's fucking deplorable. We have socialist medicine. You didn't have a dad to pay off a doctor for you. I wanted to go in. I don't mind going in. I don't mind my time serving. I love my time serving. If I hadn't gone fucking 7 shades of crazy, I would have loved to have stayed in. I'd be a fucking colonel by now. Actually, I'd probably be a fucking general by now, but given the way that Trump fired people, I wouldn't be able to do the show. But this is what I can't get over. Like, judge rules against National Guard in LA and Trump vows to send them to Chicago. Hours after a federal court in California ruled against how President Trump used the National Guard in Los Angeles this summer, Trump touted his use of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., and said he soon would send troops into Chicago. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking guy. But I hate Pritzker. I hate Pritzker. I hate the mayor of Chicago, right? I hate the people that were making fun of the Marines. 4,000 Marines versus 4.5 million Venezuelan militiamen. And you thought the Marines were going to lose that one. Right, but you never connected the dots for me. You never connected the dots specifically. How are their Fifth Amendment rights being infringed upon? I'm all for talking about how they're infringed upon. And as a constitutionalist, if I saw how they were having their rights infringed upon, now, again, people don't even understand that being in this country illegally is a criminal offense. It's a federal misdemeanor. If we want to go down the road of we arrest them all and we incarcerate them all for 6 months, I'm cool with doing that. They'll certainly get their due process then. But and it amazes me, everybody that says the illegal immigrants are having their due process infringed upon, they never have the next 10 words. How? Because I can make a lot of connections. I can make a lot of connections on the Fifth Amendment, but the only piece of it that I've ever been able to come up with is right there, that their final order of removal wasn't signed by a judge. And I think that's wrong. But wrong and illegal are, I wish wrong and illegal overlapped. I would like to see us change deportation rules. I would love to see that. I would love to see where everybody here illegally gets a Title III trial. Removal is a civil process. Yes, it is. But it's the due process as determined by law. If it wasn't a law, if it was a branch of the executive bypassing a Title III, an Article III criminal court, I would agree. But this is the authority Congress gave to the federal government for doing the removals. And again, due process of law does not mean a court proceeding. It just means we look at how should this work. Like, there doesn't always have to be an arrest warrant issued. You can be arrested through due process when a police officer witnesses a crime. Like the individual in Texas the other day. He was questioned and let go, and then the police arrested him Tuesday morning. I don't see why they let him go. I don't think there was a reason for him to not have been taken into custody on Saturday at the time of the shooting. But the police let him go, probably because they didn't have enough at the moment, and they wanted to confer with the prosecutor. But you can be arrested on a warrant, or you can be arrested without a warrant. You can have your vehicle searched with a warrant, or your vehicle searched through probable cause. So again, I don't see how anybody's Fifth Amendment right is being infringed upon when they get removed. Because at the end of the day, are they committing a crime? Yes. They're committing a crime. They're here illegally. Every minute of their existence is existing in crime. And I think the big problem is always going to remain, people who keep saying it's only a civil offense. It's only a civil offense. It's not a civil offense. It's 8 USC 1325. And it's a misdemeanor. And a misdemeanor is never a civil offense. A misdemeanor is a criminal charge. Subsequent offenses under 8 USC 1325 makes it a felony. 8 USC 1326, 10 to 20 years in prison. Now, some people are like, well, if they overstay a visa, then it's civil. Yes. If they overstay a visa, it's civil. But it doesn't change the fact then, if it's a civil proceeding, they don't need a warrant to deport you. If it's a criminal proceeding, they could throw you in jail for 6 months and then deport you. The end equation is they deport you. California With federal money in doubt, California's high-speed train seeks new path forward. Hundreds of miles from Los Angeles and San Francisco, the first leg of California's high-speed rail is rising above the almond trees and grapevines. You have a whole 2 viewers. No one cares about what you have to say about Gen Z. Well, I have a lot more than 2 whole viewers. Congratulations. That's because Gen Z can't be bothered to come in and have an articulated talking point. I also have a lot more than 2 viewers. I just happen to have 2 viewers on the platform you're sitting on. So, what's your point? And lots of people care about what I have to say about Gen Z. The Gen Z that aren't lazy as fuck and want to get off their ass and actually make something for themselves, they tend to care. Or we can go with, I can keep going back to this guy who I tried to have a conversation with earlier today.
High key, like 85% of my mental health problems would be gone if I just had an extra $2,000 in my bank account. High key.
First of all, that's barely fucking English. Second of all, I actually, after talking to the individual is working 55 hours a week. Oh, the person that had something to say ran away. Oh, shit. California's high-speed rail seems to be an administrative disaster. It is. It absolutely is. How do you get $100 billion over budget? If you want to ride on a train traveling more than 180 miles an hour, you can find one in Europe, China, Japan, Indonesia, Turkey, Morocco. The price tag has gone from 33 billion to 135 billion with no completion date in sight. We could give every single LA and San Francisco resident almost 200 free flights. What do you mean you call bullshit on Turkey? The YHT, it's been in operation since 2009. It operates at speeds of 300 kilometers an hour, which is 186. The area under construction will not only serve the Central Valley, stopping well short of the original plan to connect the line with San Francisco and traffic-clogged Southern California. No more federal funds for this high-speed train to nowhere. Here's the issue. You need to know if you need to build a high-speed train or if you need to build just more mass transit. High-speed rail would work really well for this. Here's your city, right? And you put a high-speed rail like 200 miles from the city. And so if you could get that down to 1 hour, there are no stops along a high-speed rail. So what you do is you have a 1 hour train ride out to an area that lessens the urban density. Yeah, rail travel is great. The US just hasn't invested in it. And that's because in America, we have urban sprawl still. We're starting to run into places now where urban sprawl is coming to an end. Let me bring up a map. So where urban sprawl is starting to end is like right here. So a long time ago in a land far away, around Chicago, there was a ring where Chicago ended, and then let me zoom in just a little bit more. Yeah. So a long time ago in a land far away, there was kind of like a ring here where Chicago ended, and then another ring where Naperville started. And these were just two small little suburbs in between. And now, as you can see, the sprawl is Naperville has nowhere to go to the east. and Chicago has nowhere to go to the west. It bumps into Naperville. When you look out here at Aurora now, you'll see Aurora still has plenty of room to go that way, that way, that way. And pretty soon, right, we'll see something like Waterman or Hinckley will become the next place that builds up and starts to sprawl back that way. Well, Europe didn't have this option because Europe, Europe was pretty much locked where there was no sprawl. Europe already had trains. If you don't realize how important trains were, you didn't read All Quiet on the Western Front. Because they talk about the Germans using the rails in France. That's why, if you read about the American Civil War, what was one of the first things each army did during the Civil War? They tore up the rail lines to make sure the enemy couldn't use them. Europe, you can get from, and keep this in mind, a lot of Europeans don't grasp this concept. You can get from Germany to France in an hour, a little over an hour. Yeah, we already had our places built before trains. It was along rivers for ease of transportation. Right. And then Europe realized we're not going to be able to build roads the same way everyone else can. Shit, man. I know people in Europe to this day still don't own a car because they don't need it. Yeah, trains are built along those same rivers. I know people that live in Europe that literally say, I don't need a car. Because they can get everywhere by train, bus, or they can walk to the commodities they need. In Europe, you guys still have the butcher, the baker, the market. And I said I would love that. Be able to walk out of my house, walk down Main Street, be able to stop at the butcher, be able to stop at the baker, pick up what I need. I love going to the market every day. It gives me something to do. I see people leaving the grocery store with a cart full of groceries. But those same people I know were like me a couple of years ago. Every year I clean the pantry in December. I'm throwing out a couple of $100s worth of food. Well, just don't buy what you're not going to eat that day or within the next 2 days. Like today, it's Wednesday, so it's my daughter's short day at school. We're going out for Mexican. So I didn't buy anything for today. I have eggs, I have sausage, I have cheese, bread. That's about it. People get hungry later, they can make eggs, they can make a sandwich. We have ham, peanut butter, and jelly. Why? Seeing the average size of an EU fridge, it's less than half of yours? Shit, man. The average European fridge is less than a quarter of the size of ours. Real talk. It's just how it is. But you know what I like about Europe? I like that in a lot of places in Europe, you still get fresh milk delivered. I like that. I like that. Yeah, they generally don't have ice makers. Europeans generally don't put ice in everything, and if they do, it's like 2 cubes. Which is fine with me. The fuck I need that for? I got spring water from my tap and it's cold already. Right. It's a different mentality. Yeah, you have cube trays in the freezer. We have a door. We have an ice maker on our door. The average European refrigerator is 7 to 12 cubic feet. A typical American refrigerator is 18 to 26 cubic feet. Yeah, Karthos loves ice. I don't have ice in either of these today. Yeah, tap water just isn't cold enough. I like ice. But guess what? When I'm in Europe, I just adapt to how things are sold, how things are served. It just is what it is. If I'd spent more time in Europe, I probably wouldn't have the ice craving that I have, because it just wouldn't have been a thing. But yeah, it's about cubic capacity. Our big ones are 26. So, and plus, a lot of Americans have a standard fridge in their kitchen, and out in their garage, they have a drop freezer for even more frozen stuff. Generally, those people are the ones that have half of a cow or the deer that they bag during the season. I saw somebody making a really stupid argument about when you go hunting and you get within 50 yards of the deer, why didn't you just go grocery shopping? Well, why the fuck would I want to shoot a deer at 150 yards and then have to drag it that much further? Yeah, you don't mind room temperature drinks. You do prefer them cold. The only drink I have to have cold is root beer. I really don't like room temperature root beer. I'll be right back. All right. So, liberal Gen Z is upset because they want, liberal Gen Z, they want equality. They want a universal basic income. They want free healthcare, but they also don't want guns. I think liberal Gen Z needs to stop screaming at fucking "we didn't do it" Gen X, because, we have the fucking guns. And as people have seen, yelling at people that didn't cause your problem in life doesn't go over too well. Gen X didn't do shit to you. Gen X doesn't give a shit about taking anything away from anybody. Gen X was taught a certain amount of stuff. Stop screaming at them. They're never going to change. If you want something, you have to give something. Right. And since Gen X doesn't want anything, you hit the nail on the head. If you want something, you have to give something. And since Gen X doesn't want anything, they're not interested in giving anything. Like, I see all these creators who are talking about, why won't Gen Z change their or why won't Gen X change their mentality about gender versus biological sex? Because that shit didn't come around other than at the college level. That shit didn't come around mainstream in education until 1994. Prior to 1994, people were taught biological sex and gender are interchangeable. And how do I know that? No matter how much people want to push back on it, does your fucking medical paperwork have both biological sex and gender on it? The answer is no. It does now. It does now. But there is a reason why. Ready? There is a reason why everybody needs to sit down at the table and understand. Your medical doctor does not give a shit about your gender other than how to talk to you. Your general practitioner gives a shit about your biological sex that you had at birth, because I don't know. Why? Because women aren't gonna die of prostate cancer. Men aren't suddenly dying of ovarian cancer. They all have the same rights. Nobody cares about their sexual orientation or non-biological sex. I don't give a shit about people's gender. I don't give a shit about people's gender. I don't care, because it doesn't impact me. I'm not trying to sleep with you, so it doesn't impact me. That is it. That is the end of the day. I'm sorry that it boils down to, but I don't care. They shouldn't care. Your biology is the only main thing when they care about. Right, and a doctor should care about your gender so that the doctor can talk to you in verbiage that makes you comfortable. But you should also be honest with your doctor. Like, there's people that lie to their doctor. There's people that lie to their doctor about things. Why do you lie to your fucking doctor? Don't lie to your fucking doctor. Are you taking your meds? Yeah, okay. If they don't have the same legal right, okay, I will be yes, you tell me, and I say it all the time, and it always turns into a goat rope. Tell me what rights you're not getting. Tell me which rights are being infringed upon, and I will jump in. I will tag in. I will run to the ring with a steel fucking chair. Tell me who I'm hitting, though. What rights don't you have? You had a communication professor confront me about why I didn't put my pronouns on my class profile. Because fuck you, that's why. Because I'm not playing this game. Because you can't make me play it. Yeah, I care to the point of caring what a person's name is. If you want me to call you Bill instead of William, then tell me and I'll do that. But don't lose your shit on me when I call you William. Exactly. Exactly. Also, don't lose your shit on me when I bring a package to a Sally Reynolds. Excuse me, ma'am, are you Sally Reynolds? I don't identify as a ma'am. Hey, fuckwit, are you Sally Reynolds? Because that's what's on this fucking envelope. Have you seen the graph that depicts testicular injuries in women's sports? I have. Up until a certain year, it's 0, and then after a certain year, it goes like fucking skyrocket. Yes, if you're doing illegal drugs, tell your doctor. They can't tell on you. Well, they can. Hold on. Let me back that up a second, because you're off by a little bit. If you're doing illegal drugs, tell your doctor. Okay. When people say they can't tell on you, they can. But you have to have a trusting relationship with your doctor. Your lawyer can't tell on you. Your doctor can. And by telling on you, your doctor can have you committed. If you say to your doctor, I'm mainlining fucking meth and heroin, your doctor's gonna be like, that's suicidal ideation, off to a 96-hour hold, include detox with that. And then he's gonna have to contact a lot of agencies because you're engaging in behaviors that are gonna end your life. But yes, for the most part, don't lie to your doctor. Don't lie to your doctor. It's especially important for your doctor to know. Like, my doctor said to me, he's like, are you still drinking alcohol? I said, no, I haven't had a drink I haven't had any in a long time now. And he's like, good, because I want to keep you on these pills. But if you want to drink, I can put you on these pills. I said, which are more effective? He said, the ones you can't drink on. Then I'll do those. It doesn't offend me that my doctor asks me every appointment. Every time I need to be prescribed a medication. Well, actually, he goes through my list now every time. Are you drinking? No. Are these pills all still good for you? Yes. Good to go. I think we've got a big problem where people are, yeah, I can't drink. Man, I'm a fucking alcoholic. I am not gonna fucking lie. I'm addicted to having addictions. I like painkillers. I like alcohol. I like benzodiazepines. I like uppers. I like downers. I like all arounders. I don't do any of it. I don't touch any of that shit now. In fact, I haven't even used my medical marijuana card in a month. I haven't done that either because I don't need it. Doctor gave me a new injection, new shit, getting all the levels right. I'm good to go on that. Although if the world keeps going the way it's going, holy shit. Yeah, the number one question in the Balkans, can I drink with these pills? Trump says U.S. strike on vessel in the Caribbean targeted Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang. Killed 11. The president said in social media that the 11 people were killed in a rare U.S. operation in the Americas, a dramatic escalation in the Republican administration's effort to stem the flow of narcotics from Latin America. The strike occurred while terrorists were at sea in international waters transporting illegal narcotics. No U.S. forces were harmed. Please let this serve as notice to anybody even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States of America. Good. Fuck them. Remember I said I agree with about 1 in 10 things that the Cheeto Poof in Chief says. That would be one of them. That would be one of them.
The moment when you...
Oh, hell yeah. We got a live video. Oh, I love this shit. This is fucking the shit I miss. I miss this about the military. I miss coming in from a long weekend and us fucking some shit up and getting to see it.
The moment when US military forces deployed to the South Caribbean to target Venezuelan drug smugglers hit their first boat, killing 11 people. President Trump was quick to talk about it.
Get fucked. But you know why that's important? Because people have got to know you can't bring your shit to this country. Right? But did those people receive proper due process? Well, they were in international water. So fuck them. Students without legal status are dropping out or delaying college as states revoke tuition breaks. Hold on. Why are people without legal status getting tuition breaks? Fuck them colleges, man. If you are going to charge full rate to an American student and put them in debt for fucking decades, fuck them. If you don't have status to be here, right? A university should know the legal status of every single student on that fucking campus. Period. Dot. Hey, I'm coming here on a visa. You can do the fall term, but you can't do the spring term until you bring us an updated visa. If they're here on a student visa, the fucking school is responsible for making sure their visa is up to date. No, they don't do background checks. They don't do background checks at fucking all. That's the problem. They show up and they have a visa that expires in 2 years, and the schools aren't necessarily always good about making sure that the visa gets updated. Believe me, I worked in the registrar's office as part of my job. Yeah, it depends on the school. The good schools are checking. But it's not really on them, it's on the State Department. No, it's on the school too. In my opinion, it's on the school. Because you let the person in on a 2-year visa. Then on the top of their... It's real simple, right? They get to come in and they're starting as a freshman in 2025. And so it's going to say this visa expires 30 June 26, 27. So this visa, all it is this visa has on it 30 June 2027. So when you go and you sign up at Jalan University and you come in, I say, oh, okay, you have a visa. I'll need a copy of that for your records. And just keep in mind that you won't be able to sign up for the fall semester in 2027 unless you bring us an updated visa. And then in the computer, I just put an eligibility note that says eligible for fall, spring, not eligible to enroll after June, not eligible to attend classes after 30 June 2027. And then when that individual has to go to get their student ID updated, they can't do it because the ID office says you need to go down to the registrar. I can't give you an ID because they don't have a copy of your visa. How hard is that? But what I don't even care about that fucking part of it. This is the part I care about. Why are we giving tuition breaks? International students pay like 3 to 5 times more. No, they don't. What do you mean they pay 3 to 5 times more? What are you talking about? Where do you get this? They get offered money by the school to come there. They get tuition. They get tuition breaks. And again, not all schools. Some schools, international students end up paying more because they don't get a break at all. They just check for that J1 visa on the website. Right, but you're supposed to keep a copy. I get that viewpoint. SEVIS is where they would check that. It's a federal database, so buck stops with the feds. I don't think we have to say the buck stops either place. Why doesn't the school, if the school accepts federal funding, then why doesn't the school have an onus to make sure all of their international students have appropriate visas? Why doesn't the registrar's office make sure they can register? Even better question. Why are we issuing visas for undergraduate work with less than 4 years on them? What the fuck? Where the fuck did the person disappear to? How are you on the second of 4 years on your visa and you don't have why don't you have all this stuff taken care of? Wasn't that part of what ruling? How long they get? Pryler versus Doe, 1982. That was for a law that did not allow public schools. That wasn't a college-bound thing. That was the state of Texas had said we're gonna deny enrollment to children who are not legally in the United States. And the Supreme Court ruled that the Texas law was unconstitutional, that even undocumented children have a right to a free public K-12 education under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Which is, again, my huge problem with that is, why the fuck do undocumented children have the right to public school education? That is a different question than why does an American child of undocumented parents have the right? They said denying children education because of their immigrant status would create a permanent underclass. I'm sorry, but bull fucking shit. What is right and what is legal is not the same. Right. So here's my response to that. If we're going to have dumbass laws that say undocumented children can get an education, then I have no problem with the state of Texas calling ICE and turning over to ICE all of the names of all of the parents of all the undocumented children, and ICE coming and picking up the kids and the parents. I have no problem with the fucking administration of the school calling ICE and saying, if you do a raid here, there's 700 students you could get rid of and all their families. Roll up with a fucking whole fucking shitload of people. I have no problem with that. And here's why. America is already failing American students No, we're not talking about college campuses. We're talking about grade school. That's kind of cruel. The kid grows in the USA and once of age gets shipped back to a country that he probably doesn't even speak the language of. Ding, 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 a ding, a ding, a ding, a ding. We talked about why do they keep coming back here? Here's why they keep coming back here. Because they were raised in as American. They only speak American. They don't have the culture of where they're from. They don't speak the language of where they're from. They may speak the overall header language, but they don't have the regional dialect. They don't have the slang. So we allow them to be here as an undocumented child. Then they turn 18. Then they get scooped up by ICE. Then they get deported to a country they've never lived in. They were 4 months old when mom and dad came here. That's why I don't think they have a right to education. I disagree with the Supreme Court. I would like to see somebody else challenge that and say this is bullshit. Now, if we want to change the system, change it. I have no problem changing it. Oh, I can disagree with the Supreme Court. I absolutely can disagree with the Supreme Court. If the fucking Supreme Court can disagree with the Supreme Court disagreed with the 1973 Roe versus Wade ruling. So one Supreme Court disagreed with another Supreme Court. Fuck them. My compliance is mandatory. This ain't this shit, man. If Big Brother wants to catch me, they ain't gonna ever get me out of room 101. They'll fucking have to put a bullet in my head in room 101. I am never gonna love Big Brother. I am never gonna love this bullshit. If it's wrong, it's wrong. So we should protect our due process at all costs. It's not a gotcha moment, bitch. I asked you multiple times to articulate for me how the Fifth Amendment right wasn't being applied, and you were more interested in getting a guy in the chat to suck your dick than you were to tell me how the Fifth Amendment right was being infringed upon. I asked you that multiple times. You have never articulated how the Fifth Amendment is being infringed upon. So I do agree with protecting due process. You never answered me. You never answered. I sat there forever waiting for an answer. I can disagree with the Supreme Court ruling. Notice, I can say I disagree with that ruling. Doesn't mean I say to take all the undocumented kids out of Texas schools. It's just I disagree with that ruling. I disagree with the ruling because you're going to have a kid who's not documented, gets to age 18, and then doesn't have any legal right to stay here. He's going to get deported back to a country that's not his country. I saw this as a teacher in the back of the arts neighborhood in Chicago. There were kids that didn't even know that they weren't American. There were kids who literally thought, and they were in 8th grade, and we were preparing their documents to go to high school. And in that, you have to include a copy of your birth certificate. You have to have your social security number so that you can apply for scholarships. And while I'm there on like one of the many scholarship nights, parents are coming in and I'm like, yeah, I need their birth certificate, and their birth certificate's from Mexico. And I'm like, so your kid's not an American? No. Okay. You do realize that at the high school, they're going to check that shit. Well, we're trying to get our citizenship. Are you here on a visa? No. You're lucky you're applying to Catholic schools and they're not going to report you. Because, again, the Catholic Church chooses not to report. Again, I think it's wrong. If you're here illegally, yeah, again, the streamlined process put in place by the EO still doesn't violate their due process. And you should know better. If it is a process detailed out in an executive order, it is still a process. The law, the immigration law, turns it over to ICE. It was a badly written law. I disagree with it. It's a badly written law. It doesn't erode it at all. The problem is you're saying it erodes it, but you're failing to tie an argument to where their due process is being eroded in a way contrary to what Congress intended. Congress gave ICE that authority. The lawmaker said, this is the law. Just like you lost, then you're saying that a Terry frisk infringes upon your right, your Fourth Amendment right against search and seizure. I could make the argument that a Terry frisk does in fact infringe upon your Fourth Amendment right. Absolutely. Because if I'm supposed to be safe in my person and possessions, you're not supposed to touch me at all. I'm making the argument. Unless you only think 5 is your due process. Because 4, 5, 6, and 8 are your big due process ones. If somebody wants to make an erosion of due process, the Terry frisk is a much better way to say our due process has been whittled away and eroded from what the founding fathers originally intended due to Terry versus Ohio, where now police officers can frisk you and can discover concealed weapons, even if they technically can't readily articulate the reason why they stopped you, but they can articulate why they frisked you. It's why I say to people, don't talk to cops. Is this a consensual encounter? Yes. Well, then I don't consent. Have a good day. Is this a consensual encounter? No. Please articulate your reasonable articulatable suspicion. Suspicious person. Is that felony or misdemeanor suspicious person? I'd like to be on my way now. Oh, no? Just tell the chief to get out the checkbook, because you just done fucked up. Again, I see where people are trying to go, but when you make a weak argument, you used up argument time. Should all processes in America have to have a judge's signature? Yes. Boom. I just protected everybody. I protected illegals. I protected migrant workers. I protected criminals. I protected citizens. I got everybody. Anything to have to do with due process of law requires a judge's signature. Done. Let's fix it. If Roe versus Wade was wrong and the Supreme Court can overturn that, well, then the Supreme Court can overturn the ICE laws that Congress has passed, and we can fix that. And I'd be all for that. I'm a big fan of due process. I have a concern that these policies set up erosion of due process in general, except it didn't. And I'm not trying to bait you into the example game. If you can't provide a tangible example, then you have no evidence. It's not about biting. It's about looking at something and saying, this is happening. Okay, my opinion is that NASA has colonized Mars. Where's my example? Shit. You have to give an example in an instance of where due process rights have been stripped away so that we can say, were they or weren't they? If you want to be Chicken Little, the sky is falling, and say, oh my goodness, Sally Mae, due process is being stripped away, okay. But you got to be able to provide an example of it. And if you can't, then it's just an overall worry. If you turned around and you said something like, due process is being stripped away because you're supposed to have a right to a speedy trial, and in some states, all of the pre-trial time doesn't count, and there are people that are in pre-trial confinement for 9 months, and then when they ask for a court date, their state has ruled that 160 days, I would say that's a tangible example of the erosion of due process rights, where 160 days after requesting a trial is entirely too long. I would say an example of the erosion of due process is that we have never fought back against the idea that just because you're found not guilty doesn't mean you're innocent, when that's exactly what it does mean. We've allowed people to defame others. We've allowed them to defame their character. We've allowed the mainstream media to say things about them. And literally, just because O.J. Simpson was found not guilty doesn't mean he was innocent. Yes, that's exactly what it means. Because you are innocent until proven guilty. Have I ever been found guilty? No. So therefore, I am innocent. I think that an erosion of my due process has been, or everybody's due process, is where you can be sued for civil liability of an event that is a crime when you've been exonerated of the crime. Again, O.J. Simpson, he was not found guilty of killing Nicole. He was not found guilty of killing Ron. And yet in civil court with a lower bar, he was found more likely rather than less likely due to a preponderance of evidence that he was responsible for their death. Well, how the fuck did we allow a legal system to be constructed that allows a civil penalty court to say you committed a crime when a criminal court says you haven't? So, as I've articulated, Department of State, in this case, the Supreme Court ruled that a U.S. citizen does not have a protected liberty interest in living with a non-citizen spouse who is denied a visa. Critics argued, by narrowly defining the marriage right, that the court left the right intact in name, but diminished its practical application, chipping away at any substance and due process protections. Right. But what they said is, a U.S. citizen doesn't have a protected liberty in living with a non-citizen spouse because the non-citizen spouse doesn't automatically have right of residence in the United States. They didn't say you can't be married to that non-citizen spouse. What they said is, you can be married to that non-citizen spouse. Your non-citizen spouse can't reside in the United States. I've seen it multiple times as a military sergeant helping young airmen get their wives in from Canada. Saw it multiple times as a flight commander with people across everywhere trying to bring their European spouses back with them. They go to Germany, they go to Korea, they get married. They go to Japan, they get married. They go to the Philippines and Guam, they get married. And as far as the military is concerned, you can bring that person back with you. But as far as the State Department is concerned, we're going to need to vet the marriage a little bit. That doesn't chip away at your due process protection, because your due process protection was, has your non-citizen spouse applied for a visa due to marriage to an American? See, I think people are losing part of the meaning. The meaning is that you have access to the process, not that it goes in your favor. For example, when you get arrested, part of that due process is that they read you your Miranda rights. Okay, Abrigo Garcia was an administrative error made because the policy shift has resulted in streamlined, some would say stripped down deportation process. I will agree with that. I will absolutely agree with that. If a court states you can live and work legally in the U.S., how is reversing the court order without an appeal or a motion from the original court not cause for concern? Except that's not what the court stated. In his case, the courts did not state he had the right to live and work here. The court orders only stated if he is deported at a later time, he may not be deported to El Salvador. That order does not state he can't be deported. Let me check one thing. I believe, if I recall correctly, his court paperwork specifically stated, yeah, let me check one other thing. I'll be right back. All right, pulling up his. No, his court order was violated. Yes, his court order was violated. Let me see. His court order was under 8 USC 1253 subsection H at the time. It's now subsection B3 in 1231. His paperwork was a withholding of deportation. It did not grant him the right to live in the U.S. He was deportable to a third country, but he could not be deported by El Salvador. So in his case, in his singular case, his due process was violated. Yeah, but how often does... Okay, but then you should be making an overall due process argument, not one tied up in just illegal immigration. How many people get bail unfairly denied? How many people have pre-Mirandized statements admitted because at the time the officers are speaking to them, they're not a suspect? And if we're going to talk about due process, I'm all about talking about due process violations. The Garcia ruling is a needle in a stack of needles. The only thing that went wrong was, and remember, he didn't have to go in front of a court. The withholding of deportation literally says he can be deported to a third country. He could also be detained. He could also be incarcerated. If that's the cornerstone, then yes, the United States violated his due process. But they didn't violate his due process in any way other than, like, and that's where people are mixing in too many things. His deportation was not illegal. His destination violated a court order. Deporting him was fine. They could have deported his ass to Guantanamo Bay. Right? The only part of that was broken is they deported him to El Salvador. Now, is that a problem? Yes, it's absolutely a problem. Absolutely a problem. Which is why I've said a judge, a court should be running it, not a member of the executive branch. No office. I have zero problem with them deporting people here illegally. Right, and his deportation was legal. Everything about his deportation was legal. If they had dropped his ass off in Guatemala, there wouldn't have been a problem. The only thing that was wrong was that they dropped him off in the wrong place. I will fight for everyone's right to due process, absolutely. I love due process. I love due process. I loved Jeffrey Dahmer getting due process. I loved Jared from Subway getting due process. I loved Alec Baldwin getting due process. I loved John Wayne Gacy getting due process. Charlie Manson getting due process. And part of that is calling out shit that traces too close. You're right, it is. But the way you went about it was dog shit. I shouldn't have to provide a specific example. Yeah, you do. Because I think everyone's due process is being violated. Okay, well then why don't we Mirandize suspects immediately upon officer engagement? If you really want to talk about due process, then let's change it. Let's get rid of Terry frisks, because I think those walk right over. Let's make it so that officers have to give people Miranda warnings right off the bat. Let's make vertical and horizontal charging illegal. Let's do what Illinois does, and let's only make the worst of the worst criminals stay in jail and everybody else can be out on bail. if we want to go to due process, let's fucking really talk about changes to due process. Let's talk about how pretrial confinement is a attack on the poor, not on the criminal. Rehnquist, a due process violation does not arise from unauthorized failure of a state agent to follow established state procedure when the state provides an adequate post-deprivation remedy. You're right, but in that case, in his case, the courts ordered the Trump administration to bring him back out of El Salvador, and then the El Salvadorian president said, well, I can't let him out because he's a criminal. In my country, he's a criminal. Part of why lawyers cite precedent. Here's the problem with legal precedent. Legal precedent takes us further and further away from the law. Bail generates too much revenue for the courts. Yep. Bail generates an entire occupation. The idea of bail, yeah, if you want to know why something's broken, keeps happening, follow the money. Bail generates bail bondsmen. Sign for your acknowledgement of Miranda rights when you get your ID. No. Sign for your acknowledgement of your Miranda rights when you get your ID, and then every single time a police officer wants to talk to you, they should have to read you your Miranda rights. Let me see if I can pull up the card really quickly. It's been a long time since I had to use this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm trying to pull a particular card that was the worst part about my job. I can't find the card right now. This little card. Yeah, they're only required to read you your Miranda rights when you're in custody or during an interrogation. It's why if a cop asks you a question and they refuse to acknowledge that they're putting you in custody or they're interrogating you, it's because they have fuck all on you and they want to incriminate yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Hold on, I'm trying to find this thing. Unless they've changed it. If I can't find it. It's basically, if you in the military, if you are sexually assaulted and you go to your commander has a little card on his desk, and most of them keep it right by their phone, so we always know where it is. And on Monday, we know exactly where it is because that's when we're likely to get these calls. It's basically, and I've had this a couple of times, breaks my heart. But on Monday morning, right after a long weekend, a female airman is jumping her chain of command, coming right to my door and knocking on the door. That was always when I picked up this card, and this isn't verbatim, but it's like, "Good morning, Airman. Good morning. Can I talk to you, sir?" "Yes." May I shut the door?" "Before you continue, please be advised I am a member of your chain of command, and I am required to notify the commander and criminal investigations of any crimes that are spoken to. This does not remove your right to file a restricted report, although an investigation may begin without your consent. With that in mind, do you still want to come in and speak to me, or do I need to refer you to other agencies for service?" Basically, what that card is their due process that lets them know if they report a crime to me, because I'm in their command leadership, they can't make an unrestricted report to me. If they make a report to me, I have to call the boss, I have to call security forces, I have to call OSI, we gotta fuck shit up. Now, if you're my peer and I'm not in your chain of command, if like a fellow lieutenant came to me, I don't have to read that card. Now, Miranda is for court later. Wouldn't it be nice if people could be relied on to just know their Miranda rights and close off another loophole for people getting off? It's not a loophole. And you need to stop thinking it as a loophole. Your Miranda rights, first of all, if you're not aware of this, never, ever, did I say never? Because I fucking mean never. Never speak to a police officer because you think he can help you. He cannot. Somebody mentioned precedent. I think this is a stupid ass precedent. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. Okay? You've all heard hearsay. If you follow the Johnny Depp trial, hearsay. I did it. That's a confession. That's not hearsay. That's admissible. I was at my dad's 4 states away. For some odd reason, that is hearsay, and the cop can't say that. Nothing the cop says, nothing you say to the cop can be admitted to defend you. You have to get on the stand. You have to get on the stand and say where you were, because you have to open yourself up to cross-examination. There is zero reason to ever speak to the cops. Of course, but cases get dismissed like crazy because of the simplest things like bad paperwork, as they should. As they fucking should. If the cops do sloppy paperwork, I should not go to jail. If the cops do sloppy paperwork, I should not even have to stand trial. Because you cannot prove beyond the shadow of reasonable doubt if your paperwork is sloppy. If your paperwork is sloppy, you're a sloppy investigator. Period. Dot. Done. I'm sorry. That's it. Cases get settled without going to trial when a person may be innocent. Yeah. Did you know that the majority of plea bargains are accepted by innocent people because it is faster to take a plea bargain than it is to fight through a criminal proceeding? Let me roll this out for you. If you get charged with a bullshit non-violent offense and you're facing $50,000 in court costs and you might get 365 days in jail, or you plead no contest and you get probation for 2 years, which one do you think the average person is going to take? Because to get you to take the no contest, what they're going to do is they're going to take this crime and they're going to bump it down 1 or 2 steps. Yeah, God forbid you go to court and the judge is having a bad day. Even being completely honest, I wouldn't trust the process. You're right. Because here's the problem. Once they've charged you, they stop looking for other people. They stop investigating the crime when they charge you because they've got other crimes to investigate. If they did not allow... Yeah, you can't... The thing is, you can't sue the DA's office for legal fees. You cannot sue the DA's office for legal fees until you win another case that proves impropriety. You have to prove that they knew that they had exculpatory evidence. Because remember, when they bring the case, 9 times out of 10, they've already had a conversation amongst themselves where the big boss and the first chair and the second chair have said, yeah, you can take that one to trial. No, that one's too weak to go to trial, but throw him a fucking plea and see if he takes it. If he balks at the plea, just dismiss. Plead guilty, pay $1,000, spend 30 days in jail, spend $10,000 on a lawyer, spend 1 month in court, maybe go to jail, but now it's for 6 months. That's the court. That's where the due process is being whittled away. That's why we have repeat offenders just walking, innocent people sit in jail waiting for trial for a year. You're right. Congratulations. Now you're starting to get where the problem is. That's where the due process problem is. That's where it is. There are people, if we didn't try to charge everybody for all the bullshit, right? If we didn't try to charge everybody for all the bullshit cases, and we actually got through, like, for example, we have people fresh out of law school as prosecutors. And a lot of people fresh out of law school go work at the prosecutor's office for 5 years. Why? So that they can learn the people, learn the procedures, learn the judges, learn how this particular county works. And then what do they do at the end of the 5 years? They go be criminal defense attorneys because now they know how fucked up the office is. Yes, you should not need to focus on the conviction rate and look at the number of cases tried, because 90% of cases in America are dealt with a plea bargain, and of the remaining 10% of the cases, there is a 97% conviction rate. If you can't get it, I will let you know right now, in America, if they aren't offering you a plea bargain at all, nothing, not a touch, not a taste, nothing, you better have the best fucking criminal defense attorney in your state. You better have if they're not offering you a plea bargain at all, nothing, you're fucked. You're fucked. You need the best criminal, not the land of the plea bargain. You're right, the land of the plea bargain. There's a lawyer up in Michigan. He's been doing amazing work. He went to all his clients and he said, look, I can get the majority of you off. I just need to request trials for all of you. And he's got like 50 clients and he's got trials on all of them. And every Friday he walks in, every Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning, he walks into court and he drops off a stack of paper. He says, all these people have to be dismissed unless we're commencing their trial today. Even murder trials are decided on which lawyer told the best story, not even the evidence. Yep. And that's the sad part. Murder trials are 2-part. And I don't think there's very many lawyers that are good at both parts. That's why you see celebrities having 5 or 6 lawyers. How many fucking lawyers did OJ have? Why did you have oh, what the fuck's his name? What the fuck is his name? Why do you think O.J. Simpson had Johnny Cochran, Robert Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, Derkowitz, Schneck, Newfield, and Robert Kardashian? Why do you think OJ had that team of people? And why is some of the people on OJ's team never fucking talk? And you basically had Cochran doing all the talking. Because Johnny Cochran is an amazing fucking lawyer. But his weak spot is the precedent. Robert Kardashian is known for being a fucking to the T guy. Some of those other people are to the T guys. You have lawyers, and this is where the thing that Charlie Kirk says, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard somebody say. You have paralegals. You have paralegals that make six figures for some of these big predominant lawyers. Because these paralegals, they find the shit from the fucking 1919 fish market incident that's never been ruled on again, and they roll in and they're like, yeah, Your Honor, there's precedent involving using a fish cleaving hook. What do you mean? Da-da-da-da-da. And the prosecuting attorney's like, where the fuck did that come from? And the judge is like, yep, everything looks in order here. You can't charge him with assault with a deadly weapon because that's actually a tool of cleaning fish. Yeah, Shapiro was brought in to build the legal team. That was his job. Shapiro is like, yeah, that was his job, was to build the team. That's like the fucking movie The Devil's Advocate with Keanu Reeves, and he's brought in to build the jury. His whole job is to pick the jury. You literally have people, and I say this is from pre-law time, but if you're in a big criminal defense case, your lawyer is gonna bring somebody in, and that person's you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? They're gonna open up a bunch of paint splotch cards, and they're gonna be comparing it to the complexion of your skin, and they're gonna write down some color numbers, and then they're going to give you an order of suits that you wear. Why? Because they know what's going to be argued on what day, and they're like, why would you do that? Because it's the psychology of criminology. You don't wear a black suit on the day of sentencing because it indicates guilt. Do not ever wear a red tie as a criminal defendant. You never wear a red tie. Why? Because it makes you look aggressive. It's in the book. Feels like you're going to end up with so many precedents that you're going to be talking in circles. Yes, and that's exactly what the problem with precedent law is. It's why I've said you have court cases that get overturned because we expect the legal system, we expect everybody in the legal system to know every bit of law. And the reason why defendants can get off is the defense attorney only has to know one thing. Most good defense attorneys focus on one thing. DUIs, murders. They focus on larceny, burglary. The lawyers that you see that have like 19 things, they don't specialize in that. There's a lawyer down here, she specializes in one thing. Domestic violence defense. That's all she does. Domestic violence defense. She's not busy. She's booked all the time. Talked to her many times as a DV rep. Many times she wanted to know something about her client. She's booked. That's all she does. She wins most of her cases. Should I be happy that she wins most of her cases? No. But am I happy that guys aren't and women, she represents women too, aren't being saddled with the domestic violence conviction over bullshit? Yeah. It's broken. There's been people caught on video trying to bag a child, parents shocked, and then it gets forgotten about a few weeks later. But that person is still out there, and it's a matter of when they try again. But here's the problem. What about all... And I get your point, and I get your frustration. But the system was designed to be broken. The system is designed for 9 guilty people to go free, as opposed to 1 innocent person going to jail. That's how the founding fathers wrote it. That's how the early justices interpreted it. It is better to have 9 guilty people go free, because that means an innocent person never gets incarcerated. Yeah, the bigger injustice is the innocent person going to prison. It's on video, though. It's undeniable. But something along the line gets broken. It doesn't... Right. Something along the line gets broken. How do you... You say it's on video. You say it's undeniable evidence. Well, who fucked it up then? Who fucked it up? If it's undeniable evidence, who fucked up? And that's why it was tossed. Because somebody fucked up. I have a guy. I have a guy. They came right to my class and arrested the guy. And I was like, hold up a fucking second. I need to know what he did. They're like, well, he was so-and-so an hour ago. No, the fuck he wasn't anywhere an hour ago. He was sitting in fucking class with me an hour ago. And all y'all do is rolling into my class and arresting him. Well, we have him on video. Look, motherfucker, I don't know what you have on video, but I know what time he signed in, because he is required by law to sign in and sign out. I know what time he was here. He showed up at this time. He's on the fucking camera at this building. He's been here the entire time. They still arrested his ass on a Saturday. He didn't even get to see the fucking judge till the following Friday, because they had to Saturday, Sunday, Monday in the afternoon. He got heard by the judge. He got scheduled for a Tuesday transfer. Tuesday, he got transferred to another county, but he got there late. Wednesday, for some odd reason, he didn't get counted in, and the judge didn't have his paperwork. By the time he'd been in jail for 6 fucking days, 7 fucking nights. By the time he sees a judge on Friday morning. And he's like, yeah, I got arrested last Saturday for some shit I didn't even do. And the judge was like, well, what happened? Well, he was here. I happened to be in the courtroom. And the guy was my client. I taught the DV, the Intimate Partner Violence Prevention Program he was enrolled in. And the kid turns around and he's like, Mr. J will tell you I was in class. And the judge is looking at the video footage of what they present. And the judge is like, what the fuck do you mean this? What do you mean this is definitive proof? This is a terrible quality. Well, somebody identified him. I'm going to take the word of the DV instructor in the back that the kid was in class. Cut him loose. But did the guy get reimbursed for missing 5 days work? No. It's a fucking bullshit system. Why is it we have fucking cameras on this planet that can zoom in on a titty from 8,000 meters away and you know it's a titty? But everybody on a security footage looks like fucking Bigfoot's fucking older sister. Why is it that we can zoom in on an ass crack from across an island, but you can't tell if it's a guy or a girl? Why is it that we're taking video footage? Shit, man, we have cameras with 120 frames per second as common market. But every fucking security camera in the world is still old school 4 frames a second. Innocent people still go to jail. Occasionally, yes. People still getting a criminal record who are innocent. Yes. Criminals are going free. Yes, because that, again, that's the way the rules are designed. It is not. We could have designed the fucking rules to be like China or France, and you're guilty until you can prove yourself innocent. France's system is radically different. France, they can hold you for 10 days until they decide if they're going to charge you. Then they take you to court for charging, and then they have another 30 days to build a case against you before you have a bail hearing. it's somewhat feels like adherence to the Constitution is turning into a religion or philosophical framework of Confucianism. I wonder if the founding fathers will be increasingly mythicized in the future. No, we vilify the founding fathers. Like, I get it. George Washington owned slaves. Okay, Benjamin Franklin was a slut. I get it, right? You have a pretty good chance of being related to Benjamin Franklin because he sired so many children. I get it, right? But I'm not forgiving slavery. But people have got to read all of it, including the uncomfortable parts, right? But people have got to deal with ethnocentrism. And if you're not going to deal with ethnocentrism, then you shouldn't be making judgments about any culture other than your own. And the example I give is the one last week. My daughter had a cultural anthropology assignment. And the cultural anthropology, they have ritualistic torture and pain can come across as ethnocentric. But from cultural relativism, we are worse. We as the Western world, the United States, Canada, Mexico, the European Union, we are worse when it comes to ritualistic pain and torture. Because we have dentists. And when I say that, people are, what do you mean? As I say to everybody, you can't look at the world with your glasses on. If you want to evaluate the steampunk world of Jalan, you have to get a pair of steampunk glasses and then look at the steampunk world wearing steampunk glasses and saying, oh, I get it. We have commercialized BDSM in the form of 50 Shades of Grey. We have commercialized inflicting pain and receiving pain in the form of piercings and tattoos. And when you say that to young cultural anthropology students, their eyes get wide and they're like, yeah, but your beliefs don't matter. Your beliefs don't fucking matter when looking back at the pre-revolutionary America. Because Carthos and I were talking about this the other day. Pre-revolutionary America, the founding fathers were considered the creme de la creme of society. They were seen as moral, religious, political leaders. That's why they were the ones entrusted to write the documents. You have one side saying they were saints, the other side saying that they were evil. You're right. You do. Because what people don't want to look backwards at is they don't want to look backwards through the lens of time. Is slavery wrong? In 2025 morality? Yes. In 1650 morality? No, it's just business. And what people don't realize is there had been slaves for 8,000 fucking years on the planet. We have more history on this planet of widespread acceptance of slavery than we do of condemnation of slavery. It's a Canadian case, but a cop in Ottawa had body slammed a guy in video, and watching the video, he body slammed him. But upon review, the camera dropped frames during the encounter, and they repaired the video, and it showed not only did the cop not body slam someone, it was a very appropriate level of force. Yeah. Yeah. Video can be tampered with, but it's also detectable. I don't think the video evidence should be thrown away because of something else along the lines of before it even gets looked at. Yes, it should. Yes, it should get thrown away. Because, for example, you come and pick up my phone at 2:20 Eastern, and nobody logs it in to evidence until tomorrow. Where the fuck has my phone been for a day? You lost the evidence for more than a day? Oh, well, Officer Smith drove home and she had the evidence bag under her jacket. Well, then fuck Officer Smith, and she should have driven right to the station when she saw it. And if my phone has been out of the chain of custody for any amount of time, then fuck them. Then fuck them. They get to lose their case now. I don't give a shit if you find the formula to fucking plutonium or self-lighting charcoal briquettes or grandma's peanut butter cookies on my phone. My phone, no, they can't check for tampering because my fucking due process says you violated chain of evidence, which means you don't get to use it now. If you want convictions, get better fucking cops. If you want convictions, don't have officers making fucking mistakes. If you come to my house, if you go to my other property and I have a shed, it's a detached shed, and your warrant only says the residence at, I don't give a fuck if you find a fucking nuclear weapon in my shed. It ain't fucking admissible. Because you searched my property without a fucking warrant. Well, I had a warrant for the house. Then if you knew the warrant was only for the house, why the fuck did you dumb fucks dribble over to my shed? Yes, I say it all the time. Police officers, first of all, police officers should have to go to an academy of no less than 9 months. Second of all, every Friday or every 5th day of work for rookies should be back at a continuing law class so that they learn the law. Within 5 years of hiring on at a police department, you should have a degree in police enforcement. You should have a degree that allows you to look at a warrant and know exactly what the fuck you are allowed to search. And if we did that, the number of incidents would go down because we would have officers that are held to a standard where, oh shit, I'm actually going to have to testify. Another one, if a police officer ever commits perjury, even one time, that police officer should be fired and federally banned from ever being a police officer again. Because the moment you commit perjury, it means your word is no longer acceptable. Period. Because you committed perjury. You chose to lie. You made depriving somebody of their life, liberty, or property. No, they can't. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to use that. They're not allowed to do that. Because that gets defined in pretrial hearings where the prosecution will say, motion to suppress Officer Dumbshit and his previous perjury investigation. And that prosecutor has to do that each and every time now. But the judge will almost always rule, well, unless we can distinguish and detect a habit of it, he's still employed. Therefore, the police have decided his word is good. Well, what the fuck do you mean his word is good? He went through a perjury investigation. He was found guilty of perjury. Yeah, the DA is going to try to stop any case that cop was involved in. That's what happens. The DA is like, the DA will literally tell a police department, if this is the only officer who can testify, don't bother bringing me charges from him because I'm not doing the paperwork. So the precinct ends up putting him on a fucking desk, right? Because they don't want to deal with that shit. Our society allows people to self-harm, cause lasting damage to their body through self-abuse. A mental health issue is whitewashed and excuses made, while these people present ongoing burdens of hazards to the general public. The fact our society not only accepts but celebrates people who are morbidly obese will be seen negatively in the future. Yep. Is there any Christian denomination in the U.S. that is the founding fathers of saints? No. No. We did have a period of time where there was horrendous abuses of mental patients in state mental institutions. Not sure if that plays into society's reluctance to institutionalize mental patients. Oh, I'll get back. Okay. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Why do asylums have a negative connotation? Because they really were that fucking bad. Some of them were really that fucking bad. But apparently it's better to let him be on the streets. The problem becomes you can't ensure that the people entrusted with the lives of other people don't become douchebags. Like a great example of this, and then Airstyle I'll explain. A great example of this was when I got to OTS, my upper class, they were dog shit. They were absolute dog shit human beings. I ran into several members of my upper class throughout my military career, and I had no problem when they tried to talk to me. Be like, don't talk to me, you're just a dog shit human being. Because when you had power and authority, you were on a power fucking trip. Screaming at people, yelling at people. You don't need to do that shit. I didn't allow that shit to happen around me. OTS is, you're trained by the class ahead of you. Well, it's the fucking telephone game. Well, I didn't allow that shit. I was in E6 when I went to OTS. I made the cut to go be an MTI, a TI for basic training. I just happened to get my commission. I wanted to do something to get on active duty. And I said, I don't need to fucking scream at you to get you to do things. I can talk to you like a human being. You're college educated. I can talk to you like a person. Well, interestingly enough, I talked to the people I was responsible for training like a person. And then I have a friend who was in my lower class, and he said, I continued on what you did, and I just talked to people like they were a person. Why do we feel the need to yell? Because you were yelled at, there's not a better way? Now, are there times that yelling at people is important? Yes. When you're trying to teach a really important lesson and you don't want to teach it 80 times, you yell at the first person who fucks up, then everybody gets it. And yes, it's an effective teaching tool in the right perspective. But all the time? No. Absolutely not. Same thing with mental institutions. Were there some really good ones? Yeah, there were some really good ones. But anywhere there's money, there's corruption. If you want to find corruption, find a government administered program and you're going to see corruption attached to it. Well, why do they do that? Because there's no penalty. Because they don't get caught. Why do houses damn near fall apart with Section 8 people living in them? Yeah, retirement homes have crazy corruption in them. You have people in retirement homes and mom and dad, or kids don't visit mom and dad in the retirement home. And when they finally do, they find mom or dad has bed sores all down their side, which means ain't nobody been getting them out of bed. Ain't nobody been getting them out of their wet, soiled clothes. Like, look, man, I get it. Working in a retirement home isn't for everybody. I would never do it because I don't want to do that job. I would never want to do that job. But if you're being paid to do that job, you better take care of my family. When my grandfather was in the home, I went and visited him like every other day on my way to work. I just popped in. Sometimes I didn't even talk to him. I would pop in, I'd check, make sure he was up out of his bed. Okay, good. If he's up out of his bed, that's all I need to see. And they laughed. And they're like, I'm like, you can count on me coming multiple times a week. If he's in bed, I'm gonna go talk to him. He was up, always out of bed until he died. If you're working with somebody's parents or their grandparents and you're taking a paycheck and you're supposed to get them bathed every day, then fucking bathe them every day. Well, I can't, and shut the fuck up. If your job is to bathe them every day and not every patient gets bathed every day, I've heard this excuse, well, there's not enough of them, so everybody gets a bath every day. Well, then you better be calling me as the family member, telling me, due to our staffing issues, your loved one isn't getting a bath every day. Because then I, as the advocate, am gonna come up to the hospital and say, why the fuck isn't it happening? What was that about Dennis and torture? Oh, when you're studying cultural anthropology and you look at a culture, because remember, you always have people that are studying a culture. So you got the person with their eyeballs, right? And they're looking in on a culture. Well, the problem with looking in on a culture is you might find torture as a part of their society. And you're going to start to judge them because you're outside the society judging them. Well, first of all, in cultural anthropology, you never judge a society from outside of it. You have to go stand inside that society and judge it from within. Because this society could judge you and say, but the things you do is worse. So in a society that has ritualistic cutting, somebody could say, the society has ritualistic cutting, so they're a sadistic society. Okay. But then they could look at the Western world and say, but you do so much worse because you have dentists. You have a profession of people who study specifically to inflict pain on other people. And you'd be like, no, we don't have that. And they'd be like, yeah, people willingly go and they sit in the chair and they get pain and tears going down their faces and root canals and extractions. And you'd be like, no, it's for medical reasons. And they're like, oh, well, you have people that get tattoos and piercings and gaugings and, oh, no, that's for, well, hold on a second. You're knowing all of their points. But if your complaint was they have ritualistic torture, and then they look at your society and they say, but so do you. And then the next step of that is, and we don't make money on it, but you guys have created 50 Shades of Grey. Well, it makes cultural anthropology should not be undertaken by the weak-minded. It's a hard thing to step into another culture. It's a really, really weak thing or hard thing to step into another culture, especially when you look at America through a cultural anthropology lens. I can't believe the founding fathers had slavery. It was so wrong. Okay. But Europe had a system of slavery. Europe had slavery. But I don't entirely agree. Well, that's the cool thing. You don't have to agree. Cultural anthropologists agree. The people who have to agree do agree. You can't judge a society based on your values. You have to judge that society by its values. Now, are some values universal? I think so. I think some values are universal. Don't sexually assault, don't murder, don't steal. I think we can agree that those are universal. No. See, that's the thing. You've failed to change lenses. You're saying you can't put tats and medical procedures in the same box, but you can. Because tattoos are completely optional. And so if you say you can't have ritualistic torture in your culture, right, but then you're saying medical procedures. They need to understand the medical procedure. Because to them, they just see a person sit in a chair and another person come in and drill on their teeth and cause pain. And that's where the bridge of, and why I told my daughter she shouldn't be in Cultural Anthropology 101. If the cutting said the benefit of doing it, I wouldn't understand it. In their culture, it does because it's ritualistic. It's ritualistic for them. It does have value. That's the thing. For them, it's ritual. I just didn't say torture. I said ritualistic torture, which means for them, it's like the Opus Dei, who self-flagellate and wear a cilice. Where in the Bible does it say? Where does Christ ever say in the Bible to suffer as I suffered? In fact, in the Bible, Christ specifically says, well, maybe not him specifically, but some people say he said, I want to make sure that some people repeat it as, I came to earth, was born, I suffered, I died, I was buried, I rose on the third day, so you don't have to suffer as I suffered. But according to the Opus Dei, they find religious salvation by wearing a cilice and, hurting themselves. The rest of Christianity looks at them and says, that's weird shit, man. I respect, kind of, but that's weird shit. They think everybody should be doing it. That's the problem with beliefs. Everybody expects everybody else to understand their beliefs. But very rarely is anybody ever interested in sharing the next 10 words. Why do you believe what you believe? According to the Jewish people, you got to be circumcised. I don't get it. I don't understand. But guess what? I don't have to understand. It's not my faith. It's not my faith. I don't need to understand it. But if I'm not interested in understanding it, then the other piece to that is I shouldn't judge it unless I want to put on those lenses. Like a lot of Europeans judge America and a lot of Americans judge Europe. Like, what's the common European complaint? Americans are so uncultured. Americans aren't well traveled. Americans aren't. Hold the fuck up, man. Hold up. A lot of Americans don't travel out of the United States. That is true. But most Americans in their life vacation further away, right, from their home than Europeans do. Because remember, when you travel from New York to LA, you've just crossed the breadth of Europe. Europe, like, fuck, man, even my own relatives. Some of my relatives called me the one time, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Some of my relatives called, and they were like, yeah, we're going to go to Disney. And I said, oh, you'll have a great time. And then they said, yeah. And then on our last morning, we're getting up early in the morning, and we're driving to the Grand Canyon. And then the next morning after that, we have a flight out of LAX. And I kind of stopped and I was like, what the fuck is your plan? And they said, oh, we're leaving Orlando on Thursday morning and we're going to get to the Grand Canyon and see it and then go to lunch and get a hotel nearby. And then the next morning, we're going to get up early and drive to LA. You realize that is not in the realm of feasible, right? And they said, why not? I said, because it's more than 24 hours driving. I'm like, there's no way. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, it is. I'm like, it is. It's 31 hours in the car just to get from Orlando to the Grand Canyon. And that doesn't count stops. And then they opened up a fucking map. Now this is going back a lot of years. It's not like shit they could just throw into Google Maps. And they were like, my God, your country is big. And I was like, yeah. Yeah. Ireland coast to coast is 6 hours. This is one for you that always makes me laugh. Just for my Irish family members. This always made me smile. Yeah. There's Ireland. There's Ireland laid into the United States. It's about the size of Missouri. If you turn it the other way, it fits into Missouri. It fits into Illinois if you smash. If you're not aware of this, Ireland fits into the United States 116 times. Yeah, Ireland, the heart of America. But Ireland fits into America 116 times. So it's not uncommon for Americans or for Irish people to not get that, to not understand, holy fuck, your country is huge. They've never been out of Ireland. They can't fathom it. I mean, shit. Most Irish people, there's not like, I always laugh about this. You go to Ireland. Yeah, there's a country and then there's a country. Most Irish people, they have no reason to travel around Ireland too much because the same shit over there is the same shit here. It's like you might travel a county over for a fair or something, or to a store. We used to go to the coast to pick up, I think it was fucking goat feed or sheep feed or some shit. We would drive in, 45-minute drive. We'd get lunch while we were there. But then they see how big America is. I mean, shit. The one thing America is good about is California is nothing like Nevada. California is nothing like Oregon. California is nothing like anywhere. Well, Southern California, Northern California and Southern Oregon is similar. But like, yeah, California is fucking special. But America has like 30 or 40 different cultures. If you don't know this, go to fucking New Orleans. And you got 4 different cultures in one city. Yet we don't teach kids cultural anthropology. We don't teach kids sociology. We need to teach kids socialism, but that's a different discussion.
Hi.
I'm gonna play this one because this was the worst thing I've seen in a long time.
If you use Apple Pay, honestly, just be so careful.
Wait, what? Apple Pay? Thought they were good with Apple Pay. It's the cash that leads to confusion, no?
When you use Apple Pay, that's real money.
Yeah?
That's true American dollars from your credit card.
Or your bank account, yeah. What are you getting at?
If you have your credit card connected, that's where the money is being sourced from.
As opposed to what? The Tooth Fairy?
It's not like a special form of Apple Pay, Apple dollars.
Apple dollars? Like iDollars? Like smart money? No, not a thing.
Why they don't just say this is real money?
Didn't they though?
I thought that I had accumulated a bunch of Apple dollars to use for Apple Pay by, spending so much time on my phone.
This is what happens when we live in a world where spending money at Starbucks rewards you.
I didn't think that was real money till I checked my credit card bill. I call Apple to straighten things out. I go, please speak with Mr. Steve Jobs? They go, he's no longer with us.
Also, I get that she's joking. But if you think for a minute that this hasn't happened to some kid somewhere, I got news for you. It has. Just saying.
This is... I know it's parody, and I know it's funny, but this is why I taught my children from a very, very young age what a credit card is. I explained to my kids. I thought I was using reward points. And here's the thing. I wouldn't have shown that video unless I had known people in the past that have made this mistake. I don't allow my family to tie a credit card or a debit card to their watch because there's no need. I don't allow, when we go to Disney, I don't allow my family to, only my wife puts a credit card on her Magic Band. And that's because my wife doesn't carry like a wallet with her in case she and I get separated and she needs, because she's diabetic, she needs to be able to get a drink right away She's the only one. Everybody else, it's like, well, why can't I have my, because you're never going to go anywhere without me. And if you are going to go somewhere without me, I'm going to reach into my wallet and I'm going to hand you your debit card because I collect all the debit cards. Well, what if you lose your wallet? That's cool. If I lose my wallet, number one, I have completely failed as a human being. And number two, I have spare cards and cash and IDs back at the hotel. And your mom can pay for dinner. And guess what? It's fucking Disney. If it's Disney and they will work with you. Hey, yeah, just want to let you know that I lost my wallet somewhere around today. So I'd like to eat and how can I make payment arrangements? And then they're like, well, and they kind of look at you and be like, she can rattle off the credit card number and the date and the security code and everything. Oh, that'll be fine then. They're like, yeah, it'll match to all the other receipts. I mean, but you have kids that are running around like spending money. Like my kids get a credit card with a $500 limit on it when they start life. At 16, when they start driving, they get a credit card. And they're told, this is for your gas and only your gas. Not the gas station. This is to be used at the gas pump to put Go Juice in your meat. Why? Because it then builds their credit. My kids enter adulthood with like appreciate that chillin' Jazz. Hey, get in there. Good dog. Not really a dog. My kids know that it's for the Go Juice. That's why my kids enter adulthood with like a 770 credit score. I tell this to parents and parents are like, well, that's illegal. The fuck you mean it's illegal? The fuck do you mean that's illegal? How are we at the point where people don't know how to help their children not be broke as fuck? How are we at this point in life? All these people that are like, for example, all these people that are like, if I win the $1 billion, I'm doing, look, fuckhead, look, fuckwit. If you win the $1 billion on the Powerball or the Mega Millions draw tonight, call Papa J. Call Papa J. You can break me off a cool 4%, and I will save you infinitely more money. These fucking lawyers and accounting people that are like, yeah, we set everything up for you and we only take a percentage. I'm sorry, you meant flat rate, right? Yeah, if you win, here's the thing. I will look you in the face. I will look you dead ass in the face. And I will say, you owe me 4%. But I will only take my 4%. And I won't let anybody else take any other money from you. People, these fucking, like, I love studying lotto winners. And they end up losing all their money. Like, guy wins fucking $300 million. I'm sorry, the guy wins like $1 billion, gets $300 million. And within 3 years, I think, he was back at a job. How in the blue fuck did you burn through $300 million? How the fuck did you manage that? And you know what happened? Because he had people that were managing his money and they took a percent. And the accountant took a percent, and the lawyer took a percent, and the financial manager took a percent. And by the time it was all said and done, because remember, they take their percent right off the top. Better be ready to open that school. Oh, fuck yeah. But when I say this, where's hold on. I'm gonna get the number for you. No. It's not that one. Anyway, it's gonna be like something like $16 million. 4% is gonna be like $16 million. Be like, look, This is what you do. And if you want to know what you do, this is what you do. If you win the Mega Millions, the first thing you do is you're going to get like we'll call it $400 million, right? Now, you take your annual salary, and then you take 67 minus your current age. You take 67 minus your current age, times it by your annual salary. You're going to get a number. You take that number, you times it by 1.3, and whatever that final number is, that's a carve out. You carve that fucking money out and you put it into a bank account. Period. Because no matter what happens for the rest of your life, you can always go back to your carve out. Then, the very next thing you do is you pay off your fucking mortgage. You pay off all of your debt. You pay off all of your debt. Period. Done. You are liquid at that point. You have no mortgage, no car payments, no credit card. No, done. How many kids you got? Okay. We're going to take each of your kids. We're going to factor that they're all going to live to 67. Well, for your kids, we got to factor that they're going to live to 90. We're going to do a growth curve, and we're going to lock all of their money into trust so that it starts dispensing at 18. No, you can't buy property all over the place. Why? Because we need to do all of your fucking foundational shit first. That's what we got to do, and that's how people get fucked. Because what happens is they think they have all this money and they don't plan it out right, and they end up burning through 300. Like the guy that ended up going back, he bought a fucking plane. 10% of his money went to a plane. Yeah, he bought a plane because he thought lifestyles of the rich and famous, he thought rich people owned planes. So he bought a plane, and then he was flying here, there, and everywhere, burning $20,000 an hour, flying to places. Instead of buying a plane for $30 million, you buy a subscription to a plane service. He bought cars, he bought shit, he bought this, he bought that. And then because he's like, oh, I have plenty of money. And then what he realized that every time he was having somebody do something for him, they were charging him to do it. Well, that's what the fuck you paid him for in the beginning. Hey, man, I'll take you 4%. I'll take $16 million. I'll get you all set up. And then after that, I take my $16 million. I shake your hand. I say, your kids' trusts are set up. Your carve out is set. This is set. This is set. Even if I had $400 million, I would be checking the account after every purchase, but that's just me. Well, yeah, because you wouldn't have $400 million in one account. That's why you would say Chase Bank is going to be my trust fund bank, and Fifth Third's Bank is going to be my money market account, and I'm going to use Charles Schwab for my investment. I'd buy a car, a truck, and a reasonable house and some land, and the rest would be put up somewhere to earn interest in a few investments. There you go. And then that's exactly what you do. You buy the house, you buy the car, you do your carve out, you set up the accounts, all the trusts for all your kids, and then you say, okay, where am I going to put the rest? How the fuck you fuck that up? I have no idea. I mean, shit. Let me look at Disney stock right now. Disney stock is 116. You would buy 1 million shares of Disney. If I was going to tell you to do anything, I would tell you to buy 1 million shares of Disney. Maybe not at today's price, but we would go through and we would identify like 10 blue chip stocks, and you would buy 1 million shares of one dividend paying blue chip stock. And that way, no matter what the fuck else happens, you have your carve out and you have 1 million. No, you would not go Nvidia and AMD. You don't buy stock with the little bit of money that you play with, like the splash your boat money or whatever. That's where you go. But you got to buy a stock that's going to be around without issue, with a blue chip that pays a nice fat dividend. Because then you buy 1 million shares of it. Costs you a quarter of the money that you have. But it's going to pay you a $3 million a year set. No, not an index fund. Not an index fund. Remember, we did our carve out. We did all of our trust funds. Now we're looking at the one block. We're looking at the one big block for our annual income. And you pick a blue chip stock for that. Then the rest, that's where you put in the index fund. How much money do I have in the play account? Okay. What's my index fund? What's my money market account? What are these things doing? Because basically you never want all your money on one screen at one time. You literally want a play account. And that play account is going to be fucking $50 million. Like, how long would it take you to burn through your play account? But this fucking numbnuts bought a plane, bought like every single member of his family a house. No, you want the blue chip as the less risk, no risk, dividend paying. Yeah, what this fucking numbnuts did though, is he bought people houses. Well, what happens with that? Does anybody know what happens when you buy somebody a house? Because that's what these fucking lawyers prey on you not knowing. They have to pay tax on it. You exceeded the gift allowance by a massive amount. You don't buy other people houses. You buy a fuck ton of houses and they're all in your name. You can and that's what they don't teach people, and it pisses me off. Somebody's gonna win $1 billion and they're gonna be a young, healthy individual, and they're gonna take the one-time lump sum payoff because everyone's gonna say, oh, well, at 5%, you're gonna grow faster. Yeah, but you're also gonna have everybody in the world trying to get their fingers in your fucking pie. Yeah, well, exactly what happened. He bought like 30 people houses. They get a house, but they pay my new LLC rent. They get a place to live, and then they'd be paying you, and you don't have to charge them the full amount, and you can make whatever other deals you want, but you don't give them a house. Because then at the end of the year, Uncle Sam comes along and says to them, oh, hey, by the way, that $400,000 house, you owe us tax on $385,000 of that. The $15,000 on the gift allowance is yours, but everything on the overage you owe us. That's why, absolutely, you set up an LLC for every member of your family. You put them in charge of the LLC. You buy the car. The parent holding company owns the car, and they drive it. It gets issued to them. And then you make them fill you out a report every month. You're the property manager for this building. I want you to look after this piece of property for me. In order to properly do that, you need a vehicle. And your salary is $0. The other thing you do for your family is, instead of fucking buying them lavish gifts and stuff, just be like, hey, I need your numbers. I'm getting you health insurance. I'm buying the best health insurance on the market. Here's your cards. Well, instead of giving people fucking cash and shit, but yeah, asshole burns through $300 million in like 3 years. Yeah, but remember, man, he bought a ridiculous amount of... He bought like $22 million in houses. He bought a plane. It was unreal how fast and the problem was he paid penalties, he paid back taxes, just fucking stupid shit. Yeah, he's insane. So if you win $1 billion, just PM me on Discord. We'll get you set up. And if you're smart, I'll only need to take 2%. If I win $1 billion, I've always said, if I win $1 billion, you'll know, because the first show after, I'll be going through my logs and I'll be like, here's a computer, and here's a computer, and here's a computer, and here's a computer, and here's a computer. Yeah, be sure to pay the quarterly estimated tax on that lump sum. Yup. If they don't do it for you, and your lawyer that you pay doesn't do it. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna take my family out for tacos as I wait for the fucking Powerball drawing or the Mega Millions drawing. If I win, though, I'm not telling you. I'll see you guys tomorrow for video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are